same, but we gotta remain. I wanna ball, there's a food in my frame. We gotta maintain, but it's beating my brain. There is a stone in front of my door. 3 days more. Are you really alright? Can you touch me tonight? I've been missing out on love, on love, on love, on love. You put my future at stake. I want a jailbreak. I've been missing out on love. 3 days to go. 3 days to resurrection of love. 3 days to go. 3 days to resurrection of love. I'm gonna stay in the bunker today. I wanna roll with Soteria. I'm gonna stay in the bunker today. I wanna roll with Soteria. It's a lucka, and I gotta remain in the lucka just to keep them all sane. But this lucka seems to drive me insane. Lucky, I've been lucky today. Are you really alright? Can you touch me tonight? My birthday stays 14 more days. My birthday stays 14 more days. I'm done with it all.
I had it all figured out. Necklace for screams and shouts. I won't be back again. Could see the game up there. Watch waves and hang from there. I won't forget. She said you're too high. You can't fly. Just get down. You're too high. You can't fly. Just get down. We had it all figured out from a mountain down. What were we gonna do? I'm supposed to be running on my own. I don't know which way to go. Why the hell am I stuck in my home? It's the only thing I know. I'm too high. I can't fly. I'm burned out. Tell me where to go, where I should go. Tell me where to go, where I should go. Tell me where to go, where I should go. Tell me where to go, where I should go. Tell me where to go, where I should go. Tell me where to go, where I should go. Tell me where to go, where I should go. Tell me where to go. You're too high, you can't fly. Just get down. You're too high, you can't fly. Just get down. You're too high, you can't fly. Just get down. I'm too high, I can't fly. I'm burned out.
Two. Hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm Ben from Universal Audio, and welcome to a very special live stream. I see hundreds of you are turning out here. I'm seeing hi, hellos from all across the world, but we're all here to say hi, hello to Mr. Jacquire King. How you doing, Jacquire?
I'm great. Hello, Ben, and everyone else. Good to be here.
Yeah, man. Dude, really happy to have you here. Really excited for what we've actually, this isn't just a single stream. We've actually had to split this up into 2 days. So I guess you want to give people a quick overview about what we're going to be doing the next 2 days?
Sure. Today, so I've got a band here called the K Club. It's sort of some friends of mine that we've assembled on some other things, but we've come in to record a song for you guys. Today we'll show you the band performing the track and go through the setup and recording techniques, and then tomorrow we will either continue what we didn't finish today, or just get right into doing the vocals.
Hell yeah!
And so we've recorded a song from scratch. We wrote it and recorded much of it yesterday, so that because to be able to write, record, and do a live stream all at once would be, I think I'm not capable of that. I'd lose my mind. But so we kind of wanted to get our footing and have a track written and recorded that we could then kind of go through today and show you all the steps of the process. And we'll start today by having the guys play the tune for you live, and then we'll the lyrics are written. I think they're being finalized today, and we'll do that. We'll get to that tomorrow. So there'll be a couple fun days of time.
Dude, I'm so stoked for this, and yeah, it'll be really cool to kind of break down the process, and that's why everyone's here to learn, which is fantastic. There's over 800 people in here now, all looking to learn and grab some techniques, and it's gonna be great because it's a combination, right? It's not just about plugins for these next 2 days. It's microphones, Unison preamps, compressors, the cues, like every aspect of this tracking setup matters for getting the end result. So yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how this all comes together.
Absolutely. So, yeah, and just to be clear with everybody, I mean, you see a lot of my gear behind me, but we're not using any of that. This session is completely done in Luna, with all the there's no analog gear being used. It's just microphones plugged into the system. Nice.
Well, so I know tons of people here in the chat. I've got a little chat monitor up here. We've got a couple moderators. Drew's waiting in the wings, as well as I think Dan and Matt are standing by. So if you guys have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. We're going to do our best to get to all of them as we can. And I've got two bits of business with all of you guys right now. Number one is we've been hinting at some coupon drops, and I'm sure you guys are super excited for these coupon drops. So what the deal is with the coupon drops, today's show, we're going to be focusing a lot on Unison plugins, and a lot on using Unison technology and how to put it into practice and how to get the most out of it. So if you already own a UAD device, already own an Apollo, we're giving you guys the coupons. They're single use, so it's kind of a race to use the coupons, so you don't want to sleep on these. It's going to be $100 off any Unison plugin in the UAD store. $100 off. But the catch is, each one only works once. So as soon as we drop it, I'm sure it's going to be a bit of a feeding frenzy. But don't worry, because we have a bunch of them. But we're going to kind of space them out over the broadcast. Every like 15 minutes or so, you guys will see a new coupon showing up in the chat. So go to the UAD store, find a Unison plugin that you've got your eye on. It can either be the mic preamps and EQs, or also any of the guitar, bass amps. All Unison plugins, $100 off, coupon drop. And I think if I've done this correct, Drew's gonna drop the first one right now. All right. So while you guys are all going crazy, and go, ready? So the other half of this, if you already own an Apollo, or if you don't own an Apollo yet, now is kind of the perfect time, because there is a hardware promotion going on that if you buy an Apollo, whether it's a rack, a twin, or an X4, you actually can get up to $2,000 worth of Unison plugins for free with that interface. So even if you already own an Apollo and you add a second one to your rig, you still are eligible to get those free plugins, which just to be completely honest, this is basically the best deal of the year if you're thinking about picking up some more hardware. And so yeah, that's Unison, guys. This is how I saw the coupon code go in the chat. Let's see how be interesting to see how fast this goes. So yeah, so that's all the business. That's all we gotta do to sell. So now we can get back to focusing on some music here. So Jacquire, what's kind of the inspiration for this song, for this track that we're gonna be hearing?
Well, we've done a few tunes like this in the past. We got together to do some instrumental music early in the year, and you know, we kind of just wanted to do instrumental thematic kind of music. So we've done all kinds of different stuff genre-wise, but we all kind of have a love of rock and funk and things that are kind of sort of hip hop. So we kind of did some aggressive sort of hip hop rock type of tracks. And then after doing that as instrumentals, I remember my friend Spencer, aka MC Battle, had showed me a hip hop album he'd made a while back, and so I thought he would be kind of a perfect person to do some vocals over a couple of these tunes. And so out of that, we kind of one of the things that sort of stylistically that we've gotten into, and the group we call it the K Club. Just thought that we all really enjoy this sort of like rock, hip hop, rap kind of thing. So we just thought we'd put a track together like that for you guys today, because it's fun. It's something that's pretty. It fits the paradigm of a sort of a modern recording, because pretty much all the mics that we're using are just on the drums. We're using a real guitar amp, but we're using the aux box for sort of the cabinet simulation and the capture, like microphones, if you will. The keyboards are direct. The bass is so we the four instruments we have are bass, drums, keyboards, and guitar. Keyboards are direct as well, and then the bass is a direct, and then we're using an amp sim, the flip top, the B15. So it's just kind of like, it's sort of a perfect workflow. We enjoy making this kind of music, and it's fun for me. So I just thought it was really appropriate stylistic approach to take for this day.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So Jacquire, we did such a good job that we crashed. It looks like we're hearing reports right now that we crashed the site instantly with the first coupon.
Okay.
So we're gonna hold off on the next coupon until we can get the site back up. Everyone knows about it. We're working on it, guys. So hang tight. We're gonna bring it back up. I wish I could say this is the first time that we've crashed the site with a live stream, but it's unfortunately we've done this before.
Okay, well that's good.
But it's man, it's thanks to all of you guys for watching.
Somebody wants to pull it up and watch it out there, they can.
Yeah, totally. So well, Jacquire, I think that's cool. Really cool to hear what kind of about the inspiration behind the song, behind what we're doing here. And as you mentioned, so we did a rehearsal yesterday, and yesterday you guys were writing and recording the track, getting everything set up, getting things into place, so that way we could have a nice smooth show today and really focus on teaching you guys all the tricks that you're putting into making this production. But I think first question I've seen people ask about is what's your setup like? What sort of Apollos are you rocking for this?
Yeah, great question. Can we see them in the? They're in this rack. I don't know how much of it you can see, but the system, it's 32 inputs and outputs. I have two X8Ps. And then followed by an X16. And the reason I have it configured that way is my old system was 32 I/O. That's the way my studio's laid out. And I'm using the X8Ps, those 16 channels, for the mic pre-emulations and as main record pads, especially in this scenario. So then the X16 is to interface with my console, so that I can use a combination of them both. And so the rig, it's 32 I/O configured that way.
Nice.
And then I'm using it's very convenient. My headphone system is a Behringer system. I have the ability to use light pipe out, and so on the first X8P, I have optical going into the headphones, and then that's very convenient because it sends those 4 stereo pairs into the Behringer, and then that's the headphones. So it's pretty straightforward. It's been pretty rock solid since I put it in a couple weeks ago. And all that's going on is the microphones are plugged up out in the live room. Can they see the live room right now?
Since you said it, yeah, we can actually see it.
Okay. So the microphones are set up out there in the live room. You can kind of see the setup, and all that's happening in here is that there's some cross patching to get the microphones into the appropriate inputs on the Apollo rig. And that's it. Everything else will be done in the computer. It has been done in the computer, and we'll get going through that.
Nice, awesome. Well, trying to think anything else that we need to touch on before we start. Hearing some music.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe quickly explain. Do you want to touch on the way the session's laid out, or any of that stuff now or after, and how we're going to go through this, or just get into it?
Man, I think I'm always let's rock. Let's hear some music and then dive back into geeking out here. And I'm seeing reports that our site is scaling up. So new machines are coming online. As soon as it's all solid again, we'll drop a new coupon code for you guys, because someone did get the first one. I did see that one got redeemed. So this adds a whole nother layer of excitement to the live stream of adding the little feeding frenzy going on here. So yeah, let's bring in the band and hear what we're working with. Okay, so I'm gonna go out. I'll go off camera for a second to grab them, and then we'll all go into the live room, and I'll introduce everybody, and then we'll kind of let them play the tune for you. Nice, awesome. Yeah, I'm seeing in the chat here that Border Pines got the first coupon. Order confirmed. Congratulations. Mic rundown. Yep, we'll definitely do a rundown of all the microphones. We'll get some good angles in there for you guys too, so you can see where all the placement is. So I'm just scrolling back through comments here. Can we comment on the quality of the converters? Absolutely. Remind me about that. I'll ask Jacquire once we're in a good spot to talk about converters. Rolling through here. 1084 love, greetings. Right. Oh, nice, James. We should have dropped turkeys from a helicopter. We'll try and do that for the next live stream, guys. Turkeys from the helicopter. Nice. Had it in my cart. Not fair. What? Who's in the band? We're about to learn who the band is. Just create a YouTube to come say hello. Hello, Marcus. Nice. All right. Let me pull up my camera feed in here.
They're giving away coupons. The first one crashed the website.
Nice. Ontario.
They're getting it together. We ready for an introduction, Ben?
Yep. We can see you guys.
Okay. Hello. This is the K Club. This is Drew Smithers on guitar, electric guitar. Logan Todd on drums. Elliot Blaufus on keyboards, and Josh Paul on bass. And this is Spencer Thompson, no P. Sorry. I always have a hard time with that. Like I said, yesterday we recorded this tune. We kind of just wrote it and recorded it, rehearsed it again this morning just to refresh ourselves. And without further ado, I'm just going to step out of here and let them play this tune for you. And while they run it down, I'll just kind of be showing you a little bit of the session. And then we'll kind of return and kind of go through each instrument and talk about how we recorded all this stuff. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You want to cue us when we're ready? Yes, I will. All right. Is everybody hearing themselves on the headphones? All right, guys, take it away.
Yeah, dude.
I just recorded that just so we have it for posterity.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Well, dude,
You with
it's
me,
such a badass track. It reminds me of like it's kind of like a Rage Against the Machine sort of vibe, right?
Not Just hang tight for 1 second, guys. That sounded great. I seem to have lost my communication with Ben.
Check.
Hold on.
Can you hear me now, Jacquire? Moonbase reaching to Jacquire.
Yep. Okay. I got you now.
There we go, dude.
Sorry about that.
Totally badass. What the band they rock, man. There's people who are like, that's tight, great. Coming from a hip hop fan, that's a real badass track. We got people loving the bass groove, the bass tone, the guitar reverb. There's compliments going all around nonstop on everything here. So this is gonna be really fun to be able to break this down piece by piece, and we'll talk about each one of these elements here today, guys. So all right, guys, news update before we start diving into the into kind of each one of these elements. I have word that there we go. All right, the site should be back up, which means we're going to try this again. We're going to do a second coupon code. Again, this is first come, first serve. These are limited use. In fact, it's very limited. It's one per redemption. $100 off any Unison plugin in the UAD store. We're going to drop a second coupon for you guys right now. Let's see. Hopefully this doesn't crash again for you guys. And if it doesn't, we'll keep on going one after the other. Nice. All right, so I think it's dropping. Whew. Guys, what a epic start to a show. We got so much going on here. All right. Tons of great questions coming in as well. Hell yeah. Some feedback from your mic. All right, analog. Yep. Superb players. Studio drums sound amazing. Oh yeah, there were people asking about the talkback and the cue system. There it goes. All right. Gone already. Yeah, guys, these coupons are going to go super quick. So I mentioned this earlier in the show, but we're going to keep on dropping, coupons throughout the show about every 15 minutes or so. But also, part of the reason why we're here is because there's a crazy good Unison deal going on. If you buy a new Apollo, even if you're adding an Apollo to your existing system, we're giving away up to $2,000 worth of Unison plugins, like including I think the Neve 1084 is in there, the UA 175, 176 collection is in there if you buy an Apollo rack. So just absolute excellent plugins, and Jacquire's going to kind of show us a bunch of the plugins that he's using to get these sounds all happening in real time. So yeah, Jacquire, I'd say probably a good place to start. Tons of questions flying here about the setup, about how all this is kind of coming together, but just want to add like a high level, kind of walk people through how you have this set up. You've got mics, you got the band and mics, everything in the live room, all connected all to your patch bay. From your patch bay, you're patching those into the Apollos. And are these all using Unison preamps, or are we using a combination of stuff?
No, it's all Unison. It's all Unison stuff. I guess the one exception. Let's see, how would I explain that? No, the only thing that's not actually a Unison preamp in the way that the microphones are on the electric guitar, because that's a line input out of the aux. But I am using a 1084 in the record path to do a little bit of EQ. Mm-hmm. Everything else, and I went through quite a lot of. I went through a lot of the main sounds, I guess, as the band was playing. My decision was I really like this new 1084 emulation. Mm-hmm. So I just instead of piecemealing, which I do a fair amount, where I might use API on something, SSL on something, Neve, kind of make a combination. I just did this in the way that I might use my console to record these guys. It's just all the same all the same EQ, and then mix in some outboard gear for additional equalization and compression. So I just took the approach of using the new 1084 as my Neve console to capture the band. Mm-hmm. So,
And so,
you know,
how's it? The 1084. This is it's the big brother to the 1073.
Yeah.
What's it about the 1084 that's now kind of taking the top spot in your mind?
well, I just like the extra EQ points. That 1073 has a fixed top. It doesn't have the low pass filter. There's
Which I can see
there's
you're
a-
actually using here on this track. You low pass filtering
yeah.
at like 14K, huh?
Yes, and also rolling a little bit of the top off on 10K. So which one did I just pull up?
Let's see, that looks like the NS10.
Oh, it's the NS10. Yeah. So yeah. So the
Nice.
NS10. We'll go out there. We'll look at that in a bit. But I'm using an NS10 speaker, and not in the traditional way that that I used to use it, and it gets used a lot for like a sub kick. It still is giving me a bit of that low frequency oomph on the kick drum, but it's placed behind the drummer. So we'll look at that, and because it's kind of in an exposed area, there is a little bit of high frequency spill on it, and I'm just trying to minimize some of that. But yeah,
Gotcha.
the reason I like I love the 1073. It's a new toy, and it's got more frequencies. I think this is a fantastic new addition. So I just decided to run with it.
Nice. So you got 1084. I see the Ampeg B15s in there on the bass amp.
Yes, sir.
And then a bunch of record effects. So this is something I know, from working other sessions with you, that you're a big fan of commitment, of kind of committing to the sound. So it looks like basically all the processing that you're doing on the way in, and you're committing to those sounds.
Yeah, there's nothing yet other than these two effects tracks that I'm running a sound in playback. It's everything is a very committed sound. I'm printing the stuff the way I want to hear it, as close as I can. So yeah, I'm just kind of getting that part of it out of the way. Right, in the beginning stages. For me, I like recording that way and just committing to the sounds and getting right in there. Adding the compression, it's like where I'm being aggressive. We'll talk about this too, but where I'm being aggressive with some things like the Fatso compression or like the Culture Vulture are on supplemental mics. It's not they're not the primary mics, although they add a lot of color and vibe. Sort of making those bigger commitments, and we'll be able to look and see as we have the guys replay some of the parts individually how much compression I'm using and so forth and so on. But yeah, I EQ and compressed and distort to tape.
Yeah,
for sure.
You love kind of in that way what the musicians are hearing, what you're hearing, what everyone's experiencing. Right? You're halfway to a mixed record at that point. In some
yeah, it
senses.
is the recording. Yeah, the recording is defined at that point, and if there's something that isn't like, then we will change the sound and re-record it. But yeah, it's a commitment. I feel like it's more. It's just a clearer path. It's more inspired. Everybody appreciates it. It works well for me as well.
Oh, totally. Great. So trying to think of anything else that we can kind of look at before we really start diving in.
Sure. I mean, I've sort of taken what I would normally do here, where I'd have some effects, maybe my space echo or some pedals or a reverb or whatever, patched up on the console, and I would be feeding those sounds live off the console through the effects, and I would print them typically with all the recorded tracks. Because I wanted to do everything in Luna and not use any of the analog stuff, it doesn't really quite work that way. So the effects that I'm using the raw pedal on the drums. So I'm using that as off of. So where are there's cues? Where are the sends? I've passed them. So you can see where I've got a little bit of kick, a little bit of snare, and a couple of the other vibe mics. I'm blending those into the raw. So the raw is part of the drum sound, a little bit more distortion and vibe, and then the delay is being sent off the electric guitar, and the delay is the Korg digital, the 3000.
Nice. Sending into a distortion pedal. This is I can't say I've seen this before. What? So you said is that just on the guitar, or is it on a few other things?
No, it's just on the distortion pedal is only on the drums. It's on a couple of
Okay.
drum elements. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So it's it's just it's a way to kind of create a little bit more texture, and I can play. Well, when we get there, I'll play the drums with and without it, and you can kind of hear how it fills the sound out in the mid range. Just kind of gives it a little bit of toughness and grit by adding the distortion. And because we're doing this during tracking, normally, like I said, in a different setup, I would if I could, I would commit to it. I mean, I feel committed to this. I'm not gonna change it. So it's, in a way, it's sort of the same thing. But by doing this while we're tracking, I'm able to put that in the headphones as well, and it becomes part of the feel and the inspiration of what the guys are playing to and how they're hearing themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a good question coming in here. So in terms of the cues and how you're sending, how the musicians are monitoring it, how do you have that all set up?
Okay, well, like I was explaining before, I have the 4 cue sends, so I'm sending them out light pipe. So I have 4 stereo cues, right? That's going to the Behringer. So let's see, how is it laid out? The bass, let's go to the cues. The bass, because Luna and the way the Apollos are configured, you do not have mono headphone sends. So I've got the bass on channel 1 of the headphones. So I just pan on 1 and 2. I pan the bass to the left. That puts everything on 1, and then I'm using 2 for the vocals. So on the headphone box, you have bass is first, then the vocal. And then
this is the real trick. I've seen a bunch of people ask about this in the past, of like, how do I get mono cues out of Luna, or out of you even set it up the same way in console. This trick of hard panning, using the left side for a bass and the right side for a vocal. This way you can kind of mix and match, right? You can have some stuff be a stereo cue and some stuff being mono cues.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And like if I needed more so I've got 5 people. So by splitting the stereo cue 1 and 2, that gives me 2 mixes, and then 3 and 4 is the drums. 5 and 6 is the electric guitar, and then 7, 8 is the keyboards. Now, I could get 8 discrete mixes out of the headphones by using everything in mono, using all these pairs as separate mono. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I could get 8 discrete. Everything would be in mono in the headphones, but I could generate 8 discrete mixes that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the balance is, we're sending pre-fader, but the balances pretty much reflect what we're listening to in here.
Did you do like the copy to cue thing to do that, or you just kind of set them independently? I
think we set them independently.
Nice.
Yeah, I think so. But that is a possibility, that feature to copy to cues, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, I think it's like right click on the pan pots or right click on the fader. I can't remember which one it is.
Yep.
Down in the mixer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So then, and then in the live room, you guys will see the musicians have each got boxes. I did see someone asking about the talkback mic from the live room back into here.
Sure.
It looked like the keyboard player had a mic or something like that. Like, how are you communicating backwards now from the live room?
Sure. Well, should I go in there and talk about that setup a little bit?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Jacquire on the move. And while he's in transition here, so guys, coupons. Seems like you guys are enjoying them. Some people are enjoying them, but did see that some people accidentally paid full price. We'll fix this for you guys. Don't worry. We'll take care of you all. We're working on some stuff in the back end. Don't worry. We got you guys. Don't worry about it. We're going to pause the coupon drops here for a few minutes, though, while we figure it out. But everyone that accidentally paid full price, don't worry about it. We got you guys. We'll figure it out.
So we good for me to get back
Yep.
on this, Ben? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know which mic anybody particular is asking about. I would just identify the two things here. This 414 that's over here is the talkback that you see in the session that's called LR Live Room Talkback. So this is on Omni, and I have a lot of compression on it, which I can show you, so that when the band starts to play, I can leave the channel open, but there's so much compression on it that turns it down to a level where it's not really influencing what I'm hearing very much.
Yeah.
There's another talkback that we have in the control room at the back of the room, just in case there's a conversation that we have at some point that we want to share with you guys. I can open that channel up and you can hear that. This microphone is not doing anything at the moment. It is set up as a potential overdub mic.
Okay, so it's just there for the pretty pictures.
Yes, it's just on standby.
Nice.
So there are 1, 2. I think it's 5. 1, 2. Yeah, there are 5. Wait, I can't count. There's 6. There are 6 microphones on the drums. So there's, and we'll talk about this in more detail, but there are a pair of TL2s, which are like 414s with C12 capsules in them, in a Glenn Johns configuration to capture the stereo image of the drum kit. The NS10 speaker is back there on the floor. I don't know if you can see it in that camera angle, but I will make sure that you get to see it. There's a Flea 47 here over the kick drum shell, kick mic, which is, we'll go through the specifics of each mic, and then a snare mic, and that's what we have in here. And that's all the live mics, because, like I said, the guitar is going to the aux, the bass is going. I have the bass going to a reamp, a Radial EXTC reamp box, because I need to split the signal from the bass to go into the DI, which is a Sans amp DI, and into a second channel so that I can put the B15 amp sim on it. Because you can't, because of the way the processing happens in the Apollo, in the Unison section, and the way that the way that happens and the way it accesses the processing, the Shark chips in there, you cannot duplicate an input to 2 channels. You can't have 2 channels looking at the same input. So we're splitting the signal from the bass out here with this reamp box. And that's kind of an important thing. That's how I'm able to do what I'm doing in the computer, because I have the signal split from Josh's pedal board. It goes into there's a line output from the reamp that goes that is patched into the channel, the second channel, which has the amp sim on it, and then the other side goes into this reamp box. And then for the keyboards, the Nord is going into a pair of DIs. So that's kind of the setup out here. And yeah, any other questions I should answer while we're out here?
Let's see. Scrolling through comments here. I think we kind of covered. That's a good baseline of what's going on there out in the live room.
Cool. All right.
So then, yeah, let's. We wanted to focus in, I think, first on bass, right, and kind of explore the signal chains that you're using there, and also, part of what we wanted to teach you guys here today is how to pick and choose, how to decide what preamp and unison combination of things really works. Is there anything on the pedal board specifically that he's using as part of the tone?
We'll have to ask him. I think he is using a little bit of a distortion, but I'm not clear on which. I mean, I know he's got a volume pedal and a tuner that I know he's using. I believe that there's a distortion pedal on here, but we'll get Josh out here and he can answer that for us.
Yeah, well, let's do that, man. Let's go ahead and jump into the bass and
okay.
Yeah, show people some tricks around this. Do you wanna? I guess maybe with this GoPro, do you want to just maneuver it a little bit so it's focused in on the bass? Yeah,
for sure. And you just have to tell me if this ends up being a good camera angle. So I'm Josh, and I guess I can stand here and talk while we're out here. Is that all work?
Yep. Looks good.
Perfect. Okay, well let me go get him, and then we'll be right back.
Awesome. Da-da-da.
Yes, sir.
We switched to giving them away via.
Can you make sure that the live room mic, the live room mic is open and that they can hear. I mean, so they can hear.
Nice.
You good, buddy?
I'm great. How are you?
Awesome. Let me just tune up.
Yeah. So just one more time, guys. This is Josh.
What's up,
camera's
Josh?
Right there.
Oh, hey. How are you? I hope you guys are enjoying all of this.
Oh yeah,
Most of
totally.
the stuff I don't quite understand, but I'm learning a lot today from Jacquire.
He's playing with you.
I'm calling you later.
There was a question of what's going on with the pedal board. Are we using any distortion on here?
I'm using the Dark Glass Vintage Deluxe. And we are going into, where are we going to? Got a router here.
Yep.
And then through the Sam's amp. So how many channels are we?
We're doing two.
Two
I
channels.
explained to them that we're splitting it there into the Sans amp for the DI, and then we're running the other channel in there to do that amp sim. But somebody was curious, like,
Yeah, so also on this particular song, I am using the pitch shifter as a kind of a whammy pedal. With the distortion, it sounds really cool, and then unison line with the keys and the guitar.
nice, cool.
Ah.
So it's something like,
Yeah, show us. Pretty sick.
that effect.
That's such a cool sound. It's just like kind
And
of
the distortion's on
warbly
the-
coolness.
Whole time.
The distortions are, so yeah, sorry, Ben. Yeah, it is kind of gives it a warbly. What'd you say? A warbly coolness? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very fuzzy. It's very fuzzy, kind of just dirty, grimy.
We like kind of aggressive, dirty,
Absolutely.
grimy sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Helps us feel the funk a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
So the distortion's in all the whole time, and then that's on the B. Is that the B section?
That's the C.
C section.
Yeah.
C section. Yeah. Okay.
For the whammy.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. Well, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna now play as we invite each of these guys in here and they play to the track. We're gonna play to the track that we recorded yesterday. And we'll just spend a little bit of time going over more specifically what we did to get the sound that we have, and then we will look at what options we can make out of it.
Let me know
Awesome.
what you need.
All right,
Let's
thanks.
do this.
Perfect. And just update to everybody on the coupon codes. We're going to keep them paused here for a little bit while we figure this out. And again, just if you guys thought the coupon was in there and accidentally purchased full price, hit us up. We'll make sure we make this right for you guys. But in the meantime, we're going to pause the coupon drop. So just enjoy the program, and we'll check back in with you guys as soon as we figure something out that doesn't result in people accidentally paying full price for something. We got you guys. Don't worry. All right. So Jacquire, so we kind of quickly went over what's on those channels before. So this is what you arrived at, and again, for anyone that's just tuning in, we did Jacquire and the band spent yesterday in the studio writing and recording the song in preparation to show you guys today. So that way, rather than having to do this all from scratch, we can actually spend a lot more time investigating and kind of showing you the different what different plugins and different processing choices, how they can affect the sound. So this is, Jacquire, typically when you're setting up something like this, do you try a bunch of stuff and then kind of land on something, or do you kind of just have a go-to that you start from and then adjust from there?
Well, I think, to be able to set a session up, I always try to have some go-tos that I'll start with. It depends on what the instrument is. In the case of bass, I'm a little bit. It's not as a bass is more of a predictable sound, let's say, than someone's voice. So, I'll definitely set up with more of a go-to starting spot with a bass instrument than I would on a vocal. Vocal is going to take like looking for the right microphone, and then what's the right perhaps to pair with it. So yeah, in general, it's kind of there's a starting point that I would gravitate towards, and so that's what I did. With this, and so the signal flow is like I said, I treated it like I was using a Neve console, so everything is the same input, at least to start. So I'm doing a little bit of EQ on the input, and Josh,
little bottom, a little
I'm
mid,
sorry.
a little top.
I just thought, sorry, Josh. I just thought to put the talkback mic on so you kind of know what's going on in here. Sorry about that, buddy. We're just kind of talking, Josh, about the decisions that go into like where we started. So treated it like a Neve desk, made some EQ adjustments on the input channel, and then it's going to a compressor. I like these old, especially for drums and bass. I like the DBX 160, the old one. A lot for bass. I really love it for bass. They're pretty aggressive, use lower ratios, and when you see this thing just kind of ticking over and just kind of changing the status of the threshold, you're definitely getting compression. You can hear it, and the VU meter doesn't really do much until you've got several dB of compression.
Gotcha.
And then once I've shaped the sound a little bit with the pre-EQ, done a little bit of dynamic control with the compression. Then I've got another. Then now I've got something that's parametric, following it up. In this case, I chose the Harrison just because I didn't want to use. I wanted something that had a little bit of color. I think I like the color of the Harrison, especially on the bass.
Yep.
So I have all these fixed frequencies here where I'm doing some shaping, adding the compression, and then doing a little bit of refinement with Harrison. Small touches, but I'm just kind of dipped out a tiny bit of something around 150, and then just brought up a little bit of something around 900, and then then on the second channel, this is the Ampeg. Come back. Sort of have that set up like that.
Nice.
Using the I believe this is the lower gain input on the. We can switch it and see. And same thing. Little compression, little EQ. Very. On this, I only dipped. I dipped a little bit more, a little bit higher frequency, but just a little bit of mid range.
That's kind of where it can sometimes get a little woolly, right? That's that 200 kind of area.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. And then you're also trying to, the bass kind of builds up there, I'm trying to have the bass really, really clear above that frequency, and then also really sturdy down to the low end. But that 200, 150, 200 area, it masks a lot of stuff in the drums and tones of other things. So clearing it out, I really want the articulation of the bass and for the bottom end to really be there. So let's see, Josh, if you would just play a little bit of the A and B section without the track. I'm just going to let them observe what the compression's doing real quick. So what I'll do, Josh, is I'll start playing I'll play the track. If you just kind of play along, we'll kind of maybe get through the second A section. I'm just going to switch the EQs in and out a little bit so you can hear the difference there, and then maybe Ben, you can kind of help guide me a little bit. But we'll look to switch it over to some other input channels. We'll try some SSL first or something like that. Okay.
Nice. Well, and also
So-
if you guys in the chat, if there's anything specifically that you would be interested in hearing on the bass, type it in the chat, and maybe we'll pick one of your guys' suggestions as well.
Sounds like a great idea. Josh, you ready for me to play this for you? Okay. So just a second, guys. Sorry, I want to think about how I'm doing this.
Is gonna do a new version kind of for
Yeah,
each
we have a
one,
new
or-
we have a new playlist. So we're in a new playlist. So we can just record.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Here we go, Josh.
Yeah,
Super
dude.
cool. Thank you, Josh. Hey, can you show them that pedal on and off again that we just had in that last section? Super cool.
Such a cool
So
sound.
yeah, it is such a cool sound. At first I was just kind of going through there. I am in the higher gain setting on the B15. So
Oh, nice.
because when I moved it down here, it wasn't as aggressive. It got a little quieter. It's more aggressive. So this is like a higher gain input, it was switching. I was switching this EQ in and out. For a second there, I had the wrong thing soloed up, but that's why we weren't hearing a change. But switching the EQ in and out, pretty dramatic change. You can hear how much I'm sort of brightening. I'm adding a lot of articulation and some bottom end, but I'm also kind of, because this is a shelf at 60, and I'm kind of turning that up. And then I'm kind of bringing down the sub stuff a little bit, so I have a nice kind of like bump around the 60-50 area.
Yeah.
And then another thing that's probably going to be a common theme across some of this. Not so much on that. Well, what I was going to say is sometimes I'll pull the output down. I didn't actually do it on this, but I know I did it on some of the drums. Because the gain settings on a Neve are 5 dB increments. Sometimes it sounds better and pushes the electronic sounds a little fuller to have a setting on the pre that's slightly too hot, and push the electronics and transformer in the unit, and then sort of back off the output. So you're kind of internally running it a little hotter and kind of getting a little bit of kind of dynamic saturation compression. It's not the same as compression, but it's kind of like it's peaking. The headroom starts to go away a little bit, and that creates the distortion and the saturation and some of the overtones.
And that's what people associate as the Neve sound, right? It's like you kind of clip it, but it doesn't. It's not clipping in the digital sense. It's clipping in the way a Neve would clip, where it just kind of rounds out the transient, adds a little extra bite, a little bark to it, that you're able to emulate here by pushing the gain a little bit more and then using that fader to obviously we'll see this probably on other tracks too, where you've done that same sort of thing and just adding more color to it on the way in, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, because Josh is giving us a little bit of distortion already, we're kind of using a little bit of a dirtier amp sound. And then also, his distortion on his pedal board is going into a Sans amp that has a little bit of drive on it too. So we're kind of accumulating some overtones
gain by
and
gain,
saturation.
a little step by step, yeah.
Step by step, yeah, without blowing any one particular thing up. So, and then you could hear the difference. I'm not really adding much output gain on the compressors. I mean, it does feel like they get slightly louder, but I think a lot of what that is just that the compressors are they're bringing the dynamic range down a little bit and sort of making the brighter, harder plucked stuff a little less forward feeling and bringing the tone up a little bit. And then even though these EQ moves are pretty subtle on the Harrisons, I could really hear a lot more clarity when I threw them in, because it's getting rid of some of that very low mid-range stuff. And it's nice to do that after the compression, because you've kind of got the sound a little bit more solidified with the EQ that's before the compression and then the compression sort of reining things in. And then I'm able to just do a little bit of subtle EQ post-compression to sort of bring that condensed shape more into form.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I had a great question. Well, first of all, tons of compliments saying the bass on its own sounded very Led Zeppelin, super saucy bass playing. But had a really great question here from Cole asking, just general kind of Unison choices for bass. How is it affected by the genre or the type of music? So if we weren't doing this type today, what would you approach it differently?
Yeah, perhaps, and Josh, you're getting lots of compliments on your tone and playing, buddy. Yeah, it's well deserved. So the question now, Josh, is what sort of drives the decision making about the preamp choice, and like if we were doing a different genre, would I choose something different? Yeah, probably. I mean, we're going for something a little bit aggressive and dirty, so the Neve is a great choice for that because of the things we were just talking about, the gain staging. Now, if I wanted something similar, but maybe a little bit clearer, with a more defined transient, I'd probably go to like an API, which I'd probably also choose for kind of a rock style bass. Honestly, all these choices will work for any genre of music. It's just sort of how you EQ it and how much distortion and saturation you're putting in and how clean you run it. I mean, like I said, it's like I could take this Neve and I could actually increase the output, right? And I could increase the output, and then that would mean I would run the preamp a little bit less, which would leave more dynamic range in the electronics of the unit. So I could get the Neve to clean up, but what we all love about it is to kind of push it a little bit. SSL I might choose for something that's a little bit cleaner, more pop oriented, where I wanted, because the thing is sort of the trade-off of running a Neve or an API or running anything kind of hard where you push the saturation. It starts to make the low end get a little mushy and kind of collapse. So it's not like you don't have good low end. It's just the character of the low end changes a little bit. So the cleaner you run something, and like an SSL is pretty clean, or like an Avalon, the cleaner you run those things, or those things are cleaner on their own. But then I might gravitate towards those if it was like a pop kind of a pop track where I wanted the bass just to be really deep, and I don't need as much of the distortion and overtones to be heard. It's sometimes a little bit more felt, and kind of as a clearer, cleaner bottom end. So those are some of the decisions that drive it. I mean, honestly, you can make anything work. If I wanted something that had a little bit of a tubey, sort of older 60s vibe, I might go towards a 610, just because then you're using a circuit that has a tube in it, and so you're introducing the color and sonic characteristics of the overtones of a tube, and they have a tube saturation is different than a solid state or a class A type of distortion. They have a different sort of character. They kind of create different overtones. Second, third order.
What's interesting is we have an eagle-eye viewer who noticed on your bass amp channel you've got the phase button engaged.
Yes.
What's the story behind that?
Well, in listening to these things, Josh, would you mind playing again just for a second, just on your own? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks, Josh. Okay, so I took that phase out, and you could hear how the bottom end kind of went away. So that's telling me that they're not the polarity of the inputs is not in agreement. Now, why that is, and where that's happening, I couldn't begin to tell you. I think we could probably figure it out, but every time you introduce a cable, a connection from one thing to the other, you have a chance of getting where the signal is on the positive wire mixed up. So I don't know why. I don't know why it's happening. But on the amp, so I can flip this relationship, and so there will be a difference in the sound. Let's do this, Josh. If you would play one more time for me. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, so what I did is I just put it down to just the bass DI because I wanted you to hear the difference between the polarity selection on just the one thing. I mean, obviously, the question is and it comes up because I'm making a relationship between the two channels, but there is a distinct difference between a polarity selection on a single source. So, to me, when the polarity button is out on the DI, it sounds fuller and deeper, because the sound is pushing the speakers. It's creating the acoustic event in the way that it's meant to be heard. The sound is coming out of the speaker on the transients. When it's flipped, it's weird in that at first it's deceiving because it sounds a little bit louder in the mid-range. Because our ears are so sensitive to mid-range, what we detect. Oh, sorry, Josh. I'm sorry. I got to remember to turn this talk back on for you. What you detect when you have something that's out of what's not in the correct polarity or pushing the speaker. It's a choice to make. So correct is maybe not the right word, but. But
you prefer having pushing out, starting with having the speaker move outwards first to kind of start the air moving that way. I've heard a few other people talk about that before too.
I mean, because that's the way things happen acoustically. It's just like the sound comes at you. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. You don't hear it moving away from you. I mean, you do. That's what reverb is and like distant sound, but actually that's a reflected sound that's actually coming towards you. So you want the speaker to reproduce the acoustic event in the way that it's meant to be heard. And so the reason that I determined yesterday that listening to the bass DI that this was the way that I wanted to hear the polarity. Right.
Gotcha.
And then to get the amp to be a good partner for it, I had to I had to flip it so that they were in agreement in the low end. And then we can quickly go look at some transients. And now hopefully the transients will reflect my decision making, and they do.
Nice.
So, okay. So let's hit one more time, Josh, if you would play. Let's listen to it the other way. Hang on one second, Josh. What's going to be a better way to demonstrate this? I can't do that. Sorry, pal. Would you play again? Okay. Hold on one second. Would you play that same thing for me, please? Thank you. So it's a subtle difference, but the low end is better in this relationship. The low end's a little bit better. It sounds brighter when we have it like this, but the low end's gone, and that brightness dynamically is a little bit erratic. It's not as dynamically tucked and stable. We'll listen to it. So pay attention to that one more time. Josh, would you play one more time for me, please? Okay, thank you. So so now what I want you to listen to is the starts of the notes. Listen to how they're not as even as what you just heard. If you would play again, Josh. Thank you, sir. Hopefully you got so many buttons. Hopefully you guys can hear that.
Well, it's great because you can hear it, the low end disappear, and this is whenever you're so the action item to take for you when you guys are doing a similar setup, whenever you're multi-miking or taking two DI, a DI and an amp, or just anything where you have two tracks that are basically the same sound source next to each other, it's worth the extra 30 seconds to a minute that it takes to just audition, hitting the polarity button on the channels, because especially on bass, kick drums, snare drums, guitars, it's going to wildly affect the low end response of how those two tracks are being added together. And I saw a few people here in the comments suggesting IBP, the Little Labs IBP plugin. It's an excellent plugin. If you really, when we're hitting the button here, we're kind of flipping it. It's either 180 or 0. Those are your two options with the button. The IBP plugin actually lets you get in there and rotate the phase around, so you can precisely dial in something between 0 and 180, which can also have a really great effect, as well as you can add a little bit of latency. I think it's 2 milliseconds or something like that to again get things to line up perfectly. But perfect isn't always the destination. Like in a case like this, like having, as you guys saw in the waveforms, like having that just a little bit of difference between the two waveforms, actually, that's kind of what's creating the sound, right, Jacquire?
Absolutely. Yes, that slight difference is the relationship. Now, you can change it and so that, like you're saying, you can do something that delays the DI a little bit, and lines them up. But it can be a subtle change. I mean, you're going to get a lot more correction by having the polarity in agreement with each other. Pretty close to this. The other thing is like, even though, they could be shifted. An old trick is to run the DI through a little delay and put that 1 or 2 milliseconds of delay on it as it's being recorded. But part of what happens is these are pretty consistent over time, just in terms of like their sonic signature. But you can see there's a little bit of discrepancy here, right? And that's so they're not really quite in great agreement here, but that's a characteristic of their individual tones, and so that's the reason to have them, is it kind of can combine those things, and they fill each other out just a little bit. They're never going to be 100% in agreement. If that was the case, then there would be no purpose in recording the two unique sounds. So for me, if if they're not wildly out of time with each other, there's not really any reason to change it. But I mean, perfectly acceptable process, yeah, for sure. And
Nice.
you know,
Well, and,
there's.
and of course,
Go ahead.
oh, go ahead. No, you.
I think that's it for
I totally
me.
messed you up. Didn't I? I totally messed up your flow there.
That's okay.
Well, so we did poll the audience a little bit. You know, we're here to kind of check out what the different pre's would make. So I had two very good questions. One was, how come on the B15 channel you're not using the 1084 on there as well?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I could have EQ, like what I would have used it for would be because it's kind of a line level signal essentially because of the emulation. I would have used it just as an EQ, and I didn't feel like I needed it because I have enough EQ on the amp itself that satisfied the change I wanted to make going into the compression, because it's it's a similar kind of EQ move I'm doing here on the amp itself as that I'm doing on the bass DI, where I'm kind of accentuating some of those top frequencies to get that articulation, just a little bit of bottom, So and the nature of an amp sound, it's going to be a little bit warmer and fuller in the lows than in a particular way than a direct signal. So so that's the reason I didn't feel like I needed it to get in before my compression.
Gotcha. Cool. And so now the most popular requests for something to hear on bass, one was Fairchild was definitely up there, and 610
Sure.
was also. We saw a bunch of people kind of asking about using the 610. I'm not sure exactly which one, but do you have a preference? Because there's actually, in case you guys
I
don't
like
know,
the-
there's two 610s.
Yeah, there are the A and B. So Josh, we're just the silence is when Ben is speaking, and we're kind of they're giving me some questions. They're asking now to hear some Fairchild compression and what the universal audio, the old tube pre's sound like. So we're going to do that in just a second, bud. So let's change this. Let's see. We're going to remove this, and let's pull up the 610.
Yes. Well, and the good part too is all the processing that you guys are seeing, this is all happening on the way in. This is why we're making Josh sit there in the live room being our guinea pig, because all this processing is being captured to tape. So the sounds are being processed on the way in. But the nice thing about this is it's going to let us compare one with the other after the fact. So Jacquire will be able to kind of capture the sound of what it's doing with the 610 and compare that to what we just captured with the Neve.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we will make a comparison for sure. Because all right, so I haven't. Did I record?
I don't think it landed on the Unison slot yet.
No. Okay, I was just double checking myself here.
Okay, I got you.
So there's the A version. To answer that, it doesn't have as much feature set because the EQ is much simpler.
Yep.
The tonality of it's a little different. It's not wildly different. I think the main difference, and maybe you can even speak to this more specifically, Ben, but the main difference, I mean, there's some component differences in the update which changes the color just a little bit. I don't know what the changes are intimately. I do know that there's sonically a little bit of a difference. But then the B, it has selectable frequencies, which I tend to gravitate towards that because even though I like to keep things as simple as possible, this is a pretty simple unit here. Just having the option to have those other EQ points with a very similar sonic texture would be the reason that I would choose the B over the A.
Yeah, and they're both like you mentioned, they're super super similar. They are different models, so they're modeled after different channel strips. The A is obviously an earlier version of the 610. So the tubes and transformers, everything is as far as I understand, slightly different between the two to stay faithful to the actual model, the unit that they were modeling. So yeah, I tend to agree with you though. Like the A is one of those ones where like if I know I don't need any real EQ or adjustments, and you're really going in for that super classic sound, the A is a great one to go with. But for most times when I want that tube and transformer sound, especially on something like a bass, 610B, that's my go-to as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've got this. I've disabled the 160 to swap it out for a Fairchild, so I've got the 610 on here. Josh, if you would just play on your own, I'm just going to get a little bit of a setting here for the new gear that we have in place, and then we'll run you to the track again and record this change so we can have a little bit of A/B playback.
Okay.
Awesome.
So yeah, just give me a playback. Just give me some playing on your own, please.
Still need me to go?
Yeah, just a little. Oh, just a little bit more for me. Still trying to get my engineering chops up.
Remembering what it's like.
Yeah. Well, I'm just very conscious of being watched. Okay.
Don't worry, no one's here. It's just you and me, Jacquire.
Yeah.
You're just showing me all this stuff. Don't worry about the thousands of people watching at home.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? So I can record again in this playlist because this was just just me switching around the stuff that we already have captured. So Josh, I'm going to start you again from the top, and I'm going to Ben, how far do you think I should go? Same amount through through this C section, or do we just want to stop in this here?
I think just go through the A/B should be good.
Yeah. Okay. So Josh, in the pause before the second A, that's when I'm going to stop. Here we go.
Wow.
Thank you, pal.
All right, so Jacquire, man, that feels like it wildly changed the vibe.
It did. I think it's. I mean, it's a great bass sound, but it's a little cleaner. It's not as low end growly.
Yep.
I mean, I might, probably if this was an attractive path to me, I might spend a little bit more time. But I think we're kind of in a good comparable spot. Yeah, I mean, it has a nice texture and richness to it, but the overtones are. The bottom end's not as tough sounding. It's just a little bit.
Yep,
It's a
agreed.
little bit cleaner. So this is all tube. This is basically a tube path now. Whereas, we got a tube pre and a tube compressor. Where before we had a Class A, input stage, and then a VCA style compressor. So very different colors, very different sounds. These are a little bit more dynamic almost. It's going to take a little bit more energy to get the tubes to saturate as much as what we were doing on the other path. But yeah, it just doesn't have that tough bottom end in the same way to me.
Oh, absolutely.
So
And it's it has kind of like a bit of softness. You're right. It's just like the aggression isn't there the same way it was using the Neve into the DBX.
100%, 100%. So shall we have a little bit of playback of both again?
Yeah, it'd be great to hear them. Yeah, side by side.
Okay, so let's go back to what we had. So Josh, I'm just doing a little bit of playback now, bud. Yeah, the bottom end is just not as growly and cool, and the dynamics are, you know, it's just like the tone, the dynamics in the tone. So shoot, sorry, I got to remember to do that. It's just a much softer sound. The dynamic of the tone is just not as cool and aggressive. You know, it feels a little less glued together. And you know, this sound was designed to fit the other sounds. You know, it's I think either on their own sounds actually pretty good to me. You know, but it's when in combination with the other elements and making the comparative listening. It's not as much of the vibe anyways that I'm going for. It's a vibe and there's nothing wrong with it. It just doesn't create the texture and energy that I'm looking for, even though it's a great sound. But I mean, what's beautiful about this technology is that you know, the pre's in the Apollos are really high quality. You know, very kind of a pristine, non-colored sound. And then when you throw these emulations in, they take on the characteristic of the emulation because there's different impedance with the way that the unit would work with the microphone, and you know, and how much headroom they have internally, and all those other things we were talking about before. So it's pretty wild. It's pretty amazing, actually.
Well, actually, you touched on a question I've seen pop up here a couple times in the chat with people wondering about the impedance settings. You know, I know like the 610's got a few different options. Do you mess around with the impedance settings on the Unison plugins much? And if so, how would you recommend people go about choosing one impedance over another?
Well, yeah, there. You know, I do sometimes. I definitely tend to. I mean, I do sometimes gravitate. You know, or sort of check those things out. I gotta arm these again. You know, so I'll just little sidebar here. When you unarm the tracks, the stuff goes away. It keeps it for you, but what it's doing is it's letting that DSP processing go so that it can do another job somewhere else. If you know it, but it saves it, so it's always there to refer back to. So you know, the impedances. That stuff is primarily about matching different microphones. Like ribbon mics have a bit of a different impedance than a condenser mic. So you know, that's what those things are there for, to sort of get the impedance matching a little bit better. As equipment has advanced, the tolerance on microphones is more similar on the output, and also the range that like a mic pre and input can accept is much broader. So there are differences in where is the impedance on this?
It's right next to the pad above the big knob. So it's right now, the DI box that you're using it's coming out XLR, so that's why it's giving you the option here. You know, if you're plugged in to the line input, it would be fixed there on the line impedance. But since we are coming out of an XLR thing, I guess with a DI box, I'm not sure we're going to hear much of an impedance difference. It's like Jacquire mentioned, it's mainly going to be especially ribbon and condenser microphones, and dynamic microphones too. I guess respond a lot to the changing these impedances more than a DI box would, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the DIs. I mean, it's not really. We're not going to really see much change. We could try. We can try and look at that when we get to the drum mics and see what kind of change we can find. But yeah, typically the default setting on most things, especially more modern preamp and preamps and so forth, is probably, you know, it's set. You don't have to really think about it.
Yep.
When you really need to think about it is when you're I think about it most of the time when I'm hooking up ribbon mics.
Yeah.
The rest of it doesn't really make a huge difference. I think if something, so I would say if you don't have a lot of experience with it, experiment, see what that switch does. It takes half a second out of your life to hear the difference. But yeah, it's mostly about ribbon mics. Most of the time, the majority of the microphones and pre's that we would use, it's a very subtle difference, and I probably wouldn't gravitate towards experimenting with it unless something sounded unfamiliar or wrong to me.
Yeah, exactly. And this is kind of a key point I hope you guys are picking up on, is like, it's, you gotta, especially when you're tracking a session, when you've got a band there in the room with you, everyone kind of wants to keep going. They want to keep moving. So you have to always balance your desire to sit here and play with impedances and, mess around with polarity. Like, there's all these adjustments. There's infinite amounts of adjustments that you could be making, but there's also music to be made. So you always had to balance between these two aspects. Any tips for people about how to really like keep a session moving while also, learning and exploring different options for signals?
Yeah, it always gives me anxiety, but it's just trying to find the best thing is I think the best indicator is people's mood and the personal interaction. It's just like, unless something is really wrong, I don't really ever try to go overboard on dialing in sounds. I do have the luxury of like a lot of recording sessions under my belt and experience, but it's like, unless something is really off and broken kind of feeling, or just not right, then I'd rather keep moving at a creative pace. And sort of keep pace and pay attention to people's engagement and mood.
Yep.
Because the thing is like, sure, in this situation, did we spend the most time setting up the drums and the drum mics? Absolutely. But I got good, acceptable starter sounds with Logan, and then I moved on. And then I got everybody's levels and sort of sounds roughed in, and then I had everybody play together. So that kind of, I didn't stick on the drums until I felt like, oh, I have the perfect drum sound. It's just like, I got the drums functionally where I needed them to be, and then got everybody organized so that I could hear everybody together. So I knew, is the snare bright enough? Is that kick drum going to work? All those things. And then, because once I have that context, then I can return to the drums and spend a few extra minutes, and nobody feels like they've been sitting and waiting forever, or that I've been grinding on getting a sound with Logan.
Yeah.
So it just kind of keep the flow going, kind of keep the energy going, keep myself a little, not distracted is not the word, but not going down a rabbit hole, and giving myself context. It's just, the way the bass and the drums sound together is huge. They can sound great individually, but unless they can work well together, then you have to hear them together to know how to make that relationship. So.
Oh, absolutely. And that's such a good point. I hope everyone's picking that up, because it's like, get sounds going, get the musicians engaged in playing, because like the old school, I've seen some people do pull off sessions before where they spend like 5 hours working on drum sounds, and the rest of the band is in the back of the room twiddling their thumbs, on Twitter, like they're disengaged completely from the process, and that's really not helping move anything forward. So by getting everybody into the room, getting their headphones on, getting them at least a baseline good sound to start rocking with, then they can start, they can be in there, rehearsing, jamming. You can be kind of recording, capturing everything the whole time, and then making those adjustments and really starting to work on these little detail things, which that's what I'm assuming you're kind of doing here, Jacquire, is kind of setting a baseline, hitting record, letting them rehearse, letting them jam. You're kind of keeping an ear towards the arrangement. You're keeping an ear on what they're doing, as well as like, how's it sounding? How am I feeling about the sound? And making little adjustments and dialing it in both musically and sonically simultaneously.
Right, because yes, getting them to play, and while they're kind of getting comfortable with their headphones and the relationship of how, how they sound, how they're going to perform the song, refining their parts. That gets them engaged, allows me to hear it come together and how I need to make subtle adjustments towards that. And then it's also, I'm sure Josh would echo this. It's always really important to get a couple early takes that everybody feels comfortable enough with what they're doing and how they're sounding to come in and listen. And then that's a lot of information, wouldn't you say, Josh, to then be able to go back out in the room and execute?
Yeah.
A little bit of the overall picture sometimes. So going in there to be able to hear actually what's going on a whole really helps you to come back in and come up with different ideas that you may need to adjust, even touch or idea wise in performance.
Yeah, so it's so he, in a way, he's kind of he's reflecting back on his side of the glass, I guess. What what I'm doing is just like we're making progress, we're getting engaged, and we're not getting bogged down, and then we're sort of working off each other and helping each other. It's just like I can talk to Josh about like, well, what do you think of how it feels and sounds in here? Do you like it? And it's just like, and if he does, then it's just like, then I could say, well, is it translating in your headphones? Do you like the way it sounds in your headphones? Maybe it doesn't. So like, if he likes it in here, but it's not great in headphones, it's like, well, how do we make that happen? Or he comes in here and says, well, that's not quite how I'm feeling it. Like that gives me an opportunity and an opportunity to kind of like, well, how can I make an adjustment? Like, let's get on the same page, and how can I make an adjustment so you feel better about it? Because, I mean, ultimately, as the producer engineer, I'm helping create a vision and helping bring it all together. But, everybody needs to feel inspired and on board, and feel like the sound represents them in the whole. So it's just kind of keeping that pace and not getting stuck on one thing. Kind of gets everybody involved, and then everybody can kind of as a team move it forward.
Oh, totally. Had a great question from RX come in. Obviously we're here to do a live stream, so we got everything all hooked to be able to record the band all together.
Yep.
So he's wondering, is that something that we just do for shows like this, or do you opt to normally do this in a studio situation? If you're just working with no cameras, just making a record, would you also do it this way?
Yeah. So Josh, the question is this sort of, for me, is this kind of a normal recording setup where we've got the band like kind of tracking together? Yes, it is. As much as possible. I mean, I think Josh would reinforce this, support this, and I think everybody would. That for us, this is a more engaged, creative way to work. Because we're sort of responding to each other. We're creating that relationship together as opposed to one piece at a time, and then there's not as much conversation. It's more of just like trying to figure out how to fit into something that exists. This is like a dynamic conversation. I prefer this as much of a performance capture as possible in record making, especially when you're starting, is my preferred method. So, I mean, this is probably we've probably done 4 or 5 of these sessions like this, Josh, and this is the way we always do it, right?
I love it. Yeah, it's an organic feel. You're vibing off the moment, and like Jacquire was saying, you're not getting bogged down by maybe a little tiny thing that you notice when something's soloed out, but as a whole, it works together. And I think that this setup is probably the best way to accomplish that sort of vibe, and that's why one of the reasons you're one of my favorite people to work with. So you're so inspiring in a vibe sense and a musical sense, so it's awesome. Aside from all your professional technical knowledge.
Yes, good people only here.
Good vibes, yes.
Right, good vibes only.
Good vibes. I mean, that's a really important aspect of it too. It's just like, we're with people that we love and respect as human beings and as artists and musicians, and that's kind of it's been a minute since we've all been together because of the pandemic. So we're all, you know, really loving this opportunity to spend the time together and do this for you guys. So
Yeah. Well, likewise, man,
shall we move?
we're
Shall we
really
move
excited.
on from bass?
I think so. I was about to say, speaking of getting bogged down on one thing, we've been talking here about bass for a while, and it was it was a great way to kind of explore some different tones and some things. But we've got a lot of other instruments to cover, and you know, we're gonna kind of go through a similar process, I think, for each one of these ones. So we'll be able to explore a couple of different options and show you guys some of the decision making that goes into it. So yeah, I'd say let's move on. What should we move to next?
Okay, Josh, we're gonna move on to the keyboards.
Awesome.
So thank you, brother.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks,
man.
Josh. Someone's saying drums, please. Don't worry, we're gonna get to the drums. The guarantee we will not skip over the drums, guys. Don't worry.
We'll do keyboards and then we'll do drums.
There we go. Exactly. Keyboards and drums. Is someone just point out with click or without?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll answer it in 1 second. I want to introduce you to my assistant, Dawson. I'm going to have him do something for me while I explain that.
Awesome.
Say hello, Dawson.
What's up, guys? I'm Dawson.
What's up, Dawson?
So I'm going to have Dawson manage a little bit of playlist stuff. So on the
Great.
bass,
Yeah.
so on the bass, so version 2 is where I recorded the 610.
Yeah.
So that I put it back to the Neve. So I think let's just graduate the version 1 to a version 3,
And play
and then just notate that the 610 Fairchild is in version 2, and then if you disable the new plugins and return it to the old stuff. Okay, so to answer I'm gonna stand right here. So to answer the question about click, no, we did not use click at all on this track. Logan, we arrived at what we felt like was the agreed tempo that we wanted to hear the song played at, but so Logan had a metronome. I think he was just looking at it visually to sort of start, like, to count the song in. But none of this is played to click. We are playing this in free time.
That's cool.
So,
I noticed, I mean, the Cass McComb session that we did together, it was the same sort of vibe where you kind of, you know, again, you're working with very high level musicians who, like, there's not a need, you know, there's a proficiency. If you gave them a click, they could do it, but at the same time, they can also play without a click, and it adds a little bit extra, just another touch of humanness to it, doesn't it?
It does. It lets the relationship be completely between the four of them. You know, playing to a click is great sometimes, and sometimes it's the appropriate thing to do, especially if you have production tracks that you're playing to, or you want it to have a certain feel or whatnot. And having a click track with tempo changes is something I do a lot, you know. But for this particular thing, this is the way we like, you know, yeah, everybody's really, I mean, they're super players and super proficient. So, you know, once we arrive at the tempo and kind of get it on lockdown, then, you know, because I want that ebb and flow of you know, it's, you know, speeding up into some transitions and then kind of, you know, sections being a little bit free of one tempo, you know, where it can kind of move, and so you can kind of feel the shift in momentum and excitement throughout the course of it, so it has its own, you know, dynamic tempo, if you will. So yeah, I mean, so, you know, it's kind of, it just really depends on the production you want to make and how organic you want it to be and how much of a relationship you want to allow the musicians to have. I mean, they could certainly play to click, but that's something else they have to consider. They'd be listening to the click, you know, as something that they'd have to sort of stay very much in touch with while listening to each other. And that's just an element that there's no value in it in this particular instance. To lock them to a tempo, and because the thing is, I can still edit without a click in the grid. It's just, you know, if something feels like it's late, well, then I just identify where it feels late and move it forward, and I have the other things to comparatively look at. If you know, if bar 3 feels fine and bar bar 4, if something feels amiss, I can kind of like, well, I can look at the relationship in bar 3 and say, well, okay, well, the bass is maybe a little bit behind in this much, and and then bar 4, it's just like, this snare drum hits a little bit late in comparison to what has felt good before it. So I can make some sort of reference and just move it. But first, I'm always, even when I'm working to a click, I'm looking to identify things with my ear and how it feels first before I start making any sort of correction. The click and the grid is there as a tool and a reference. It's not. It shouldn't be where everything has to live.
Dude, let me echo that, because that's so important. The click is a tool. It is not. You don't have to hold yourself completely to it. And actually, music sounds really great sometimes when it is. You give it that freedom to breathe a little bit more. And I can speak from personal experience how many records and artists I've worked with, they kind of get very grid obsessed, right? They want every kick and snare perfectly on the grid, which has a sound. It has a sound to it, and there was definitely, I feel like, that 90s, 2000s when everyone was using Beat Detective on everything. That was kind of the sound people were going for. But luckily these days, it feels like people are now getting more in touch with the human element of just letting the band rock as they are.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. And even, the thing is even when you are working with a metronome click and you have some production tracks, it's okay if, as long as you don't hear stuff flamming and it's not, it doesn't make it sound messy. It's, if things are kind of drifting around a little bit, you want less drift in like the kick and the low end things, it's just like, but sort of like hi-hats and sort of some of the higher frequency stuff where the rhythms might be busier. I mean, that stuff's great to kind of float around just a little bit, in an appropriate amount. It's music. Fortunately, it either feels good or it doesn't feel good, right? So, if you dig the way something sounds, that's good enough, and then hopefully a lot of other people dig it the way you dig it, and that's it. There is no absolute. There's no one way to do anything in recording music. I'm showing you the way I do it, and I have some pretty good reasoning behind the reason I make my choices. But there's no absolutes. There's just tons of ways to put it together. But at the end of the day, no matter what the journey is, it's either feels good or it doesn't. And so
that's it.
That's the only rule, really.
That's it. Just make it feel good. Like that's the whole point of making music, and that applies, to the musicians who are performing it. That applies to the listener who's consuming it. Like that's end of the day. That's all that actually matters. Is like, does this feel good? Everything else about it, it's it's just it's kind of the process. It's the road that you take to get to that feeling for your listeners and for you musicians. So yeah, man, let's get
into keyboards, or
I was gonna say I heard some keys in the background there.
We're gonna run ourselves out of all the time we want.
Can you have Dawson point the GoPro towards the keys for me?
Yeah. Oh, can you get the GoPro on Elliot?
Yeah.
Hi, man.
How's it going?
Good.
It's really fun.
Cool.
Yeah, we're watching from in there.
Oh, nice. Very cool. Let's pull it back a little bit, and I'm gonna just open up the control room talkback mic.
There we go. So now we can hear everybody.
Excuse me, the live room mic, is it? No, it's open. Okay. Were you able to hear us talking a little bit in there, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Nice. Is that camera angle good for my friend Elliot?
Feels good to me.
For us?
Yep, looks good.
Okay. All right. So we will just have you play to the track.
Okay.
We'll just do the A-B sections in the beginning, and so then I can just kind of switch through some things that they can listen and hear some changes,
Okay.
and then questions will come up and we'll address those. I'll try to leave the talk back on so you can hear most of the conversation.
Okay.
And then I'll be switching out some of the pre's and stuff.
Sounds great.
Thanks, man. All right.
People are like that riff though.
What's that? What's up?
That riff, the people are loving the riff.
Oh shoot! My earbud fell out. Sorry, man,
Earbud down. Earbud down.
Earbud down. People are loving the riff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Whatever we do, Jacquire, I've been advised to let's not talk about inverting the phase on the clicks. Otherwise, we'll start a whole war.
oh, okay. I'm not even gonna touch that. I don't want to talk about it. How about that?
The phase of the click, man.
Oh no, hell no.
We'll be here for another 12 hours just talking about the click phase. I'm just kidding around, guys.
Not gonna do that.
So what's the for the keys here? So we're coming stereo DI out of the Nord, into the line in on your coming in mic in, I guess, on your X8P.
Yep.
And
yeah,
then
so because we're using the
Neve
mic
1084.
Yep.
Nice.
So
And
yeah.
then,
I'm sorry. I'm talking. You go ahead, Ben.
no, it's okay. I'm just trying to explore the setup here. So we got 1084 going into the 176. So what's it about? So the Neve 1084. This makes sense. Like you mentioned, you're kind of essentially setting up a Neve console for yourself on the way in. Why would you choose the 176 to follow up with it?
Just because these keyboard tones are a little bit. We yesterday we went around a little bit about trying to find the right keyboard tones, and some of them we started out too aggressive, and then we went too soft, and it took us a little while to find the right vibe. So once we kind of landed on that, we were leaning a little bit on the aggressive side. So I chose there's some dynamic spikes in the way the sound works of the keyboards. So I chose the 176 for two reasons: because it's a tube compressor. So it's going to warm up some of that edginess that the sound has, and then I'm using it. It's going to grab a little bit of the peaks to sort of bring it back and control it.
Yeah. Well, that's the cool thing about the 175, 176 compressors. These are in the lineage of compressors that Bill Putnam Sr. was making. These are actually some of the very early on ones. This is when the mission was to make as fast of a compressor as possible, something that could react almost instantly to sound, which was eventually the 1176, as you guys all know, is a very, very fast compressor. The 175, 176, it kind of lands right in between an LA2A, which is an optical, kind of a slower compressor, and the 1176. This is really like a best of both worlds, because you're getting tubes, transformers, you're getting the color that you would get with an LA2A, but you're getting the speed and response of an 1176. And with the 176 specifically, you're getting the different ratios. You're able to get attack and release controls that are once you play around with it, you'll notice it really is kind of it's right in between the two. It's quickly become one of my favorite ones to go to.
Absolutely, it is my new go-to compressor, especially for vocals and stuff. Yeah, I gravitate towards it a lot. I mean, it's a new toy, but it's a great one. And for all those reasons that you just identified. So let's do this. Let's do kind of a similar path. I'll just I'll have Elliot play to the track, and we'll record. We'll record him, and as I'm switching some things in and out, just so you can hear the EQ changes and whatnot, and we'll see how much action we're getting out of the compressor. So we'll do that. Elliot,
Yes, sir.
so because you only play that little build up in the intro and then you're out for the first half of the first A section,
Yep.
I thought I'd just start you on the I'll start you on the second A section.
Okay.
And then just play along. We'll probably play through the C, and when we get to that third A section, we'll stop there.
Sounds good.
All right, man. Here it comes. I'll just go ahead and stop there.
Okay.
So, so as you could, the changes are not as dramatic maybe as on the bass. The keyboard has kind of a lot of high frequency, and so what I'm doing is I'm filtering off and bringing some of it back just a little bit, just the really high highs, and then I'm turning up some of the mid-range higher frequencies, the upper mid-range frequencies, just to kind of give it a little bit more focus in the sound, and to kind of get away from some of the very top high frequencies that are just a little bit fatiguing and not really that necessary in the sound. And then as you could see hopefully that and here when I was turning the compressor on and off, it's doing a little bit of dynamic control. It's actually probably increasing the volume just slightly, but it's just kind of touching some of the transients just a little bit, kind of just controlling the tone and dynamics just a little bit.
Yeah, so it's not really, you're not going for squeeze or squash here. It's just a touch of control and a little bit of tone.
Absolutely. I mean, this keyboard sound is very similar to what like an electric guitar would be. It's already pretty, dynamically small. There's not a lot of range in it. Because it's an aggressive sound. Now, if he was playing a part that included more range on the keyboard, like if it was low. So Elliot, can you play just on your own? Can you kind of play that line and maybe add some like bass accompaniment, just to some held notes or however you want to do it, just so we can see the difference?
Yeah. I'm on synth lead, so.
So you can't do that. No.
I can just play the part.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. So when I cranked up the compression, I mean, it evened the sound out a little bit more, but it kind of really brought up some of that. It kind of made the sort of the lower mid-range tone that it has a little too. It brought it too far forward. It kind of killed some of the attack and the upper brightness of the part. And so it kind of, I don't know, sonically in a way, I guess I'd describe it as it turned it a little inside out from what it was.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't fit. And it's not necessary. I mean, it did change the tone some, but not dramatically. It kind of dulled it. It sort of got rid of some of the articulation that kind of helps it poke through. And it doesn't really need compression. I only put the compression on there to tame the attacks just a tiny bit, just so that they were a little bit more uniform. That really bright transient when it starts, and then, like I said, to add the tube sound.
Just kind of round it out a little bit, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So, obviously with keyboards, the source sound, relative to bass, drums, guitars, it's kind of the most flexible instrument, right? So, like, this is kind of the main part that he was playing while tracking.
Yes.
And then a little bit later on, we'll explore some overdubs where we'll kind of change up the sounds. And I assume the patch that he's playing affects your decisions as far as EQ and compression, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I would, if it was something that was less, didn't have as much attack or brightness, I might not compress it at all, right? And then certainly I would choose a different EQ setting based on what he was, whatever the sound was. Yeah, it's just like, in this case, so much of the decision making and the sound of it comes from what Elliot's doing, and he has most of the control out there. So, like I said yesterday, when we were searching around for the sort of the right sound, the majority of the changes that I was asking for, the discussion sort of like was directed towards him making a change. So Elliot, do you want to speak on that at all, or like this? The question is that. That Nord keyboard, you have so many patches, it has so many palettes of sound that in arriving at what our keyboard sounds like, that a lot of that is coming from you, and that you have the most control over the sound, right? How would you expand on that?
Yeah, there's just so much that you can do, especially with something like a synth.
I mean, you can EQ a piano, whatever, but with the synth, there's the oscillation control and frequency and the cutoff, and I mean, just those can do so much, or changing a filter, low pass to high pass, or both, or so you were saying that it was, I'd found something I liked because I wanted to have a little bit of teeth to it, but it was coming across a little too mid-range, mosquito-y in the booth, and also since it's kind of a sampled part that happens over and over, it just was too much of that. And so you were giving me notes in there, and then I was changing, the frequency filter, and then I was playing around with the modulation wheel because I did something, and then you said, "Oh, what's that?" And I said I turned the mod wheel down, and then it just had kind of a more round sound that was kind of sitting in a little bit more gentle. And then we searched around a little more, and then found this, and I still did a couple of tweaks here, just bringing like the filter frequency down to about 147 hertz, and that kind of helped still let it still have some teeth, but also not be just droning, buzzing on the whole
Yeah,
thing.
those upper frequencies. Yeah, so the cutoff, he brought it down to a place where that, and I think, didn't we also kind of go through some different, like it has different distortion settings that we went through yesterday too, right?
We did indeed,
Yeah.
and then we ended up, I think you guys in there saying, what was that last one? I had just turned it off at that point.
Oh, okay.
And so, yeah, we went through, you have like the amp simulators. So we went through the small JC, and then we liked the twin, but then ended up just turning it off. And I think that was working the best in there for you guys, and I dug it too.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, absolutely. And I think, so the mod wheel change, that's actually transposing the sound down, I'm guessing?
Not transposing, it was just like, here's another example of what I was playing in the C section, and this is with the mod wheel up. And then this is with it all the way down.
Okay.
So it just...
So it's acting like a kind of a little bit of a cutoff filter as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, kind of a sweep. Yeah, and you can obviously set the mod wheel to do any number of things on
Right.
different
Okay.
patches.
So in this particular case, it's adjusting a filter parameter.
Yeah.
Got it. Awesome. So yeah. So a lot of finding. That's, you can spend forever finding keyboard patches and refining them sometimes. So.
Totally.
Yesterday it was a really cool sound, but like he's playing the part like it's a sampled loop, and so it had sort of this sort of white noise, upper frequency, just sort of like consistency of sound that just became fatiguing over, hearing it for long stretches of time. So, and it kind of was overshadowing some of the other tones, and actually even its own, the part itself. So by bringing these cutoff filters down and sort of keeping the aggressiveness of the sound, but then taking away some of the top end, and which I sort of refined a little bit further with my own EQ and this tube compressor choice, sort of really brought it into the range frequency-wise where it was more pleasing to listen to on its own, but then also where it sat well with other things, because the bass is really aggressive. I mean, I've got distortion on the drums, it's electric guitars through a tube amp that's kind of cranked up, So everybody's speaking with a little bit of distortion, and so we have to everybody needs to find their kind of pockets and how they fit. And as a leading instrument and being very much in the mid range, we just had to find that pocket for the keyboards.
Well, and that's there was a great question here from Ashley Smith asking, about fitting keyboard parts into a dense mix. How, is this kind of your strategy for getting them to pop out and kind of deserve a space in the mix?
Yeah, I mean, it's one technique. I mean, obviously, there's so many keyboard sounds, but sometimes it's just like where is the space for a part in a mix, and like what's it supposed to do? It's just like, does it have a lot of movement in it? Do we need to, are the higher frequencies and that movement more important to kind of add some sort of depth, or is it, You know, is it more of an underneath kind of supportive textural sound that we don't need to hear as much of, and it just kind of helps color and join together harmonically what some of the other instrumentation is doing. So it's like, you know, in the first example, that high frequency kind of movement thing, you might filter off 300 cycles and below. You don't need any of that stuff, and that's part of the tone, even though it is part of the sound, is maybe not essential for the sound, and it's also something that's not going to be heard over the other instruments that are maybe have better tone in that range or better information in that range, and leaving that 300 cycles and below. That's just for instance, you know, that leaving those frequencies in there are going, you know, even though you're not really hearing it as part of the important part of the keyboard sound, if you let that sound exist, then it's going to mask and muddle with the other things that are trying to speak down there, or you know, in the example of something that's like supportive and just kind of more felt than heard. I mean, even though it may be in a low register and the sound is very dark, there might be some upper order harmonics or tonality to it that, even though you're not really hearing a lot of it, getting rid of it kind of relieves a little bit of that space for other things to speak. So just sort of depends, you know, multiple things, like what's the tonality of it, where is there space for it to fit, you know, and how, you know, where can you focus it, you know, like, so if you've got, let's see, what's a good example? Like, let's say you have an organ sound, right? And it's played very much in the mid-range. Well, you know, so if you start looking around between 1,000 and 2,000 cycles, you're going to find a lot of articulation and brightness in that sound, in an organ sound there, you know, in sort of the primary mid-range of a part. But then, you know, what if the vocal is not like, what if it's sort of more of a tenor or a bass sort of tonality of voice? Well, that, you know, a lot of times you're going to find brightness in a voice around 3 or 4K, but let's say you have a darker voice, so that tonality is going to kind of move down to more to 2K, 3K. So instead of boosting the organ at, you know, 1.5, 2K, where it's going to start to fight with the voice, maybe, you know, kind of go down more to the lower end of that mid-range at like a 1,000 or, you know, 700 cycles, 1,000, 1,200 cycles, and sort of accentuate it there so that it fits with the thing that it might be competing with. Now, obviously, you know, it depends on balances. A lot of times, you know, the voice is going to be louder than an organ probably most of the time in a mix, but you know, it's just finding those pockets. So it's dictated by so many different things, but it's really looking for the place that it might fit and then trying to shape it. You know, take away what's not necessary for it to be heard, find the place that it fits and shape it to fit. You know, it's like if you've got a round hole, take the edges, take the corners off the square to make it fit the round hole. You know,
Well, that's such a right point, because you know, the key thing to remember here when you guys, for any recording, any production elements that you're doing, is there's only so much room in the front of the mix, right? Like you can only really have one lead vocal. You can only have so much space for things to be super prominent. So you have to pick and choose your moments and your parts for what's gonna really stand out from the mix, what's really part of the rhythm section, and you know, what's in the back of the wall. Because you know, if any of you guys are ever struggling to make like add dimension and depth to your mixes, a lot of that comes down to being comfortable with putting something in the back of the room or putting something over here on the sides, and you have to dress up the space to allow something to really feel like it's forward in the mix. So if you're trying to do that with 10 keyboard tracks and 10 guitar tracks and have them all feel present, you're asking for trouble.
Yep, 100%.
Nice.
100%.
Well,
so you know what? I thought I was kind of just trying to get a little bit ahead here. So what if we get Elliot to play? We'll play that little part again, but we'll let it go a little bit longer while I set up a different input path and just kind of hear. I thought I'd go for an SSL for a couple reasons, because you know, this is kind of a little bit of a hip hop sound. A lot of hip hop music is mixed on SSLs, is recorded on SSLs. You know, kind of the sound is like a little bit reminiscent of some, you know, like Snoop Dogg, Dre kind of, you know, leady sound. So that kind of makes me think about, well, you know, one of the sonic signatures of that type of genre of music, that period of music, it is an SSL console. And then by pulling up the SSL channel, I'll have even more of a flexible EQ because it's a fully parametric EQ, but it also has a dynamic section, so I'll be able to replace my compressor and sort of do it all on one plug-in. So let's just so I thought we'd just do that.
Yeah, that'd be great. And this is part of the reason why, you know, I'm with you, man. I love the SSL channel, also the API Vision, same sort of thing. The Neve 88RS. These are Unison preamps that also have channel strips built into them. So you get EQ, compression, gate, you kind of filtering. You kind of get a little bit of everything in one place. So it can be a really flexible processor, especially on the way in, to kind of shape the sound and add a little something to it. Which that was going to be the other thing I was going to mention about, you know, recording with keys. You know, as we've been discussing here, like there's so many options on the keyboard themselves that a lot of times, you know, I find myself using the Unison plugins just to add a little extra touch of life to it, a little bit of dimension, a little bit of you know, that's where the EQ and adding a little bit of using the gain structure built into the plugins just gives you a little bit of edge to the sound that you might not have just going straight line in.
100%, and that's exactly what we'll do here. And so, what's cool about this you know, SSL channel emulation is we have the brown and the black knobs, and that is just, the black is the older. I don't know that it's the original. Maybe it is the very first generation of the E series, but then, you know, you get into when they had the, I guess, the G plus automation, I guess, is like some of the electronics got updated and changed. So this right here is a tone button itself. It's just because you're changing the type of EQ circuit. So that's the first thing. That's the first thing I always do is I will.
Are you a black or a brown kind of guy?
It totally depends. I think it totally depends on the source, honestly. I mean, when I've used the SSLs sometimes as a console emulation sound for the tracks. You know, when I'm mixing something, and it just depends on the tonality of what the source material is and how it's been recorded. I mean, sometimes the brown has been more flattering than the black, but in my personal preference most of the time, and what I normally gravitate towards, is the black. But let's just check that out. Elliot, if you just play on your own, I just want to kind of get my gain structure happening and get to decide on this choice I have here, and then we'll listen to you play to the track. So if you just play through the parts, that'd be great.
Yeah. On my own?
Yes, sir, please. All right, hang on one second, Elliot. Okay, so pretty big difference in the tone.
Yeah. And this is the EQ is basically flat, but just switching between the two, you hear that shift.
Absolutely, it's a huge color shift. I mean, the black is more focused. It's like a brighter, edgier, more, you know, forward-sounding mid-range. The brown definitely kind of browns it out a little bit and kind of rounds it off, and kind of the bottom end gets a little gooier and fuller. So honestly, I don't know how to make the decision with Elliot just playing on his own. I need the context of the track. So now I would say, Elliot, I'm just going to run you on input and decide on some settings, do a little bit of EQ, and then we'll go back and then cut this new sound to the track. So
awesome.
So just play along for me. I will start you on that. Let's see. I'll start you I'll start you on the first B section so you know where you are, because there's that one gap you play at the top of the A on your own. So here we go. Cool. Hang on 1 second for me. Would you play along again real quick?
Yep.
Thank you, buddy. Okay, so yeah, so I decided the brown is more appealing to me in this particular case. It sort of helps address some of the edginess of the sound. It's more Neve-like. Helps it sit in the track in a relationship that fits what everything else is doing. You know, I quickly made some adjustments, kind of filtered off some of the really low bottom end that I just know I'm not going to need, which also helps the stability of the brightness and the totally. Dynamics of it. Added just a touch of compression, just to where you can see just a little bit of compression, so I know I'm getting a little bit of that articulate transient control. Did a little bit of EQ, and then I like the tonality of where I set the mic pre, the input gain. Yeah. So it's sort of a similar thing with what we were talking about with the Neve. I like the sound of the channel having that much level go through it. So what I did is I turned the output down. I turned the output down for two reasons, and you saw me kind of checking it on input with what the playback of the Neve was. I was also just trying to balance the recording level a little bit better than what I had done with the bass, just so that it's a little bit better. So it's a little fairer comparison. Little fairer comparison. So you know, I did some similar things. I felt like with this, because it's, you know, the Neve is a little bit darker, a little bit fuller in the bottom end. I did turn up a little bit of bottom end. I did it in a bell curve. You know, there's some sonic differences between a Neve and an SSL, so the EQ style is not exactly the same. The choices I made, I sort of increased the bottom end, low mid range stuff just a little bit to fit the track in a similar way to what the Neve was doing. But then I went up here and I left this on shelf. I left the top end in a shelf, and I just kind of rolled back a little bit of that upper frequency stuff in a similar approach that I did on the Neve.
Yeah, so. Totally. And man, it makes such a, again, you're just kind of focusing the sound around its best points. So that little 1K boost, like that's just giving a little bit extra presence to it. But you don't actually need that top end coming through on this synth. So yeah, it's really cool to see how you're shaping this in real time. You're listening to the in context with the whole band. You're doing a kind of a pre-mix in a way. You're giving yourself that head start of like, cool, now the keyboard track is going to be committed with these sounds, with a little bit of compression, a little bit of EQ, just kind of polishing the sound a touch. So that way, when it comes down to the mixing process, you can focus a lot more on the creativity, on the, you know, and kind of fitting it all together as a whole with already committed great sounds. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And the thing is like, so there's, I think, you know, my opinion is like committing to the sounds is a better way to record. You know, it defines the recording, it defines the record, it moves things forward with a clear vision, and you know, it's just defined. Another thing that's a little bit, it's not a primary reason, but it's something to consider, is that if you wait
till you're trying to mix something, right? To define all the sounds and add all the plugins and kind of like get things shaped up, you're going to run out of processing power.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to put enough plugins on it to make the sound that you should have made when you recorded it, right? So I just think, hey, just take a little bit of extra time and just try to find the right fit, get it as close as you can. Now, does that mean that you're not going to end up using any plugins on the mix, or you're going to like barely touch it? Not necessarily. The better job you do recording it, yes, that could be true. But you also, when the recording's done and it's defined, you're going to spend less time trying to figure out what it should be and how to fit it together, because you already did all that work as you're going, as making these decisions step by step. So once we've made these decisions and put all these things together and have this foundational track, everything that we add is dictated. The way where it fits and how it fits in and how it feels is dictated by what exists. And yeah, you can refine it and later, but that's my thinking on it. And it's just also technically, you're just not going to have enough processing power in the mix to do everything that we're doing along the way here, and do the other finishing touches. So that's something to think about. This is a big fat system. I've got 3 Apollo units and an octo card in the computer. So what is that? 26. I have 26 Shark processors on this system. That's huge.
Yeah.
It's like, I would imagine that most people watching this don't have that much processing. So you need to get the maximum out of your processing as you go. Commit to the sounds, and and just it'll work out. I promise. Just trust yourself. That's the thing. Trust yourself. So shall we record Elliot with this part so we can kind of do a little bit of A/B?
Yeah, would love that.
Okay, Elliot, you good? Thanks for your patience with me, bud. Are you good? I can't. I got to turn your talk back on. Oh, wait, why am I not hearing you? Say something to me, Elliot. Oh. Got. Now I do. Yes, sorry. I got too many buttons and knobs for this dude. Not used to all this live streaming extra stuff. So yes, if you're good, I appreciate your patience. Let's record.
Same part.
Yes, I'm going to start you on that first B. So just kind of play the second A, B, and C. Well, I'll let you play through the whole C section because you're out for the first part of it. Okay.
Okay, starting with the A or the B.
I'm going to start you on the B, and then you can join in on the A section.
Okay.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice. Dude, I love the part when it gets to that C section where it's just like everyone's bending all together.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It's a very cool arrangement. These guys are super creative and super talented. So, thanks, Elliot. I think should we have a little bit of playback? What should we discuss about this?
I would love to, if you don't mind, love to kind of hear it in solo, just again for educating people, giving people some reference in their ears of between the two sounds that we explored. So, what you guys landed on yesterday was the Neve 1084 into the 176. And then today we tried it out with the SSL channel. So again, hopefully what you guys are getting here at home is like when you're working with these tools, you can really be picky about what sounds you go for and get very nuanced with it. All under as we mentioned a little bit earlier, always keep the music flowing. So like we're sitting here nerding out because this is for a live stream, but in the moment you gotta follow your intuition and kind of keep the session moving. So I think it's a great chance now to reflect a little bit, hear it in solo, so you guys can really pick out the differences between these two channel strips.
I will start. I'll start with the Neve sound from yesterday in solo, and then. And then I'll. Would you like me to just go back and switch it, or you want me to just switch back and forth as it's playing?
I think people, they can see your screen, so
Okay.
they can see when you're switching from playlist to playlist, so we can hear it kind of without having to stop.
Okay,
start.
so V2 version 2 is yesterday's Neve path, and then this is SSL. V3 is today with the SSL.
Perfect.
So there might be some differences. There might be a little bit of difference today in the sound from the source, but Elliot,
We can-
do we have the same? We have the same patch, right? Okay. Yep. So I mean, there's a lot of color change, between the
Well,
two.
even like because he's using the mod wheel as part of his performance too. So
Yeah.
in your ear, and when you guys are listening to this, you can kind of hear like the filter cutoff feels a little bit, it's in a slightly different spot. But overall, like the edge and the attitude between the two sounds, you can hear, it is like a cleaner, more modern crispness to the SSL compared to the Neve.
100%.
And that's
Yep.
which makes on all levels makes total sense, right? That you're going from classic Neve Class A preamp into a tube compressor versus fully solid state all chip based SSL channel.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
people
We're back. With the compressors like VCA. The VCA is a totally different type of totally different type of compression circuit. Very, very aggressive. Whereas, the onset of compression with the VCA is much faster versus a tube. A tube, even though you can have a tube react pretty quickly, but it's still going to be a little bit of a softer, slower attack of change of dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and people are noticing the same thing, that a couple of votes for V2 all the way. Someone was asking about there's some like clicks in the track. I think that's actually part of the sound, right? It's an instant,
It is.
very clicky attack to the sound.
It is. So yeah, the clicking sound that you hear in Elliot's the sound is part of the sound. It's part of the vibe of it. Kind of it feeling like a sample. Because you get that sometimes with sampled instruments. And I mean, it wasn't. It's just part of the sound. It wasn't detrimental or offensive. So we just rocked with it. But yeah, it's definitely part of the sound. It's not something. It's not something clipping. It's not something technically happening wrong or poorly. It's part of the sound, and we decided that we like the aesthetic of it.
Nice. Really cool, man. Yeah, so that feels really good for the keys. And like I mentioned, we'll come back and look at the keys with some different sounds.
We'll look at some different
later.
keyboard sounds. So yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back and look at this with some different sounds. And also there's Elliot plays another instrument that at some point in the overdub process that it's be a cool addition that really fits in with his keyboard parts. So thanks very much, Elliot. We're going to move on to drums right now.
Yes, the one I think everyone. It's the most complex part of the session in lots of ways, right? There's the most
Yes, it is.
microphones, the most amount of just choices that you could totally make. So yeah,
Thank you, Elliot.
when you're starting starting to think about recording drums, where do you start? Like how do you start this process in your mind of picking mics and picking preamps and kind of doing the whole tracking thing?
Sure. Well, let me go out. Let me have Dawson kind of repair the stuff that I did here. I'm going to go out in the sound room, and I'll move the camera so that we can just kind of talk through that stuff.
Perfect.
How we sort of arrive at making those decisions. So I'll be right back.
Awesome.
You know what to do?
Yep.
Okay.
Nice. Hope you guys in the chat. I see everyone in the chat. Drums, yay! Drums, finally drums.
Yeah,
yes.
drums.
We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. We're working our way through these a piece at a time.
They're eager
so
to
that way
hang
we
out
can all
with you,
fit.
Logan.
Yeah, we've been following the comment thread out there. Like, did someone tell you to make a drum kit?
Oh, that's great. This is great, man.
Flute. They were big fits of them. There was lots of flute.
Oh yeah, because did he play a little bit?
Yeah. So it's like, wait, what?
Oh, we kind of let the cat out of the bag a little bit. That's okay. Okay, so again, this is Logan. I'm Jacquire. How are you, buddy?
How are you?
I'm good. Okay, so like decisions about how to mic things. It's that's a very you're fine. I'm looking for, because this is kind of, I want some toughness out of the drums. There's so many decisions that go into drums. Now, we have an older snare drum that we have put in here. I'm going to have to just do this.
Sure.
I'm gonna have to,
You want me to pick it up?
no, it's okay.
Okay.
So there's an older snare drum with some dampening on it. It's got a wallet on it. Okay, so it's we're definitely going for like a older, vibier snare drum sound, kind of deadening it a little bit. I don't know if you noticed when the camera was up here, the toms have these like black emperor heads on them. They're what they call black suede.
These are the black suede emperors. They're really thick.
Yeah, they're really thick, so they're a little bit deader, and they don't, and this is because it's a thicker ply of plastic. The resonance doesn't carry on as long.
Yeah, it's kind of like a rounded sort of sound.
It has more mass, so it slows down much faster. And it's just more articulate and stops. Because it's a sort of a minimal miking technique, also, as you can see, there aren't microphones directly on the toms, but you get quite a lot of, if you would just kind of hit, do we have the tracks? I'll be right back.
Make sure we can hear what we're about to hear.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, they are armed. Thanks. Yeah, the tracks are armed. Okay. So just play a little bit of a groove and then just end on a little bit of a fill.
Oh, on top.
Yeah. So, I mean, the toms come through. They should come through nice and clear.
Yeah. Super clear, and I love the deadness to them. Like also, you can definitely tell this is a very well tuned drum set.
Yeah, drum tuning is, how important is drum tuning?
It's the most important.
Yeah,
showing up with drums in tune too is really good. So then you're starting from like, oh gosh, you can spend hours tuning drums. Yeah,
so tuning drums, yes, we purposely. I mean, as you can see, this is kind of a hodgepodge kit. I mean, this is there's several drums here, but the kick drum belongs to Logan. The toms are actually mine, and so is the snare drum. Cymbals are his. So it's kind of a combination. We found the voices that fit well together for our intention. Tuning drums is a huge thing. Yeah. Now, we have drums that are deader sounding, So there's not as much overtone. Like sometimes you need to tune the drums to the key of the song. A lot of times you choose fifths, roots and fifths. It just sort of depends on the voices of the drums, where you want them to sit, and like what note you can get them closest to. Sometimes you can get the snare drum to be on the root note. Sometimes you want it pitched high to have the drum sound bright and articulate, and you can't get to the root note in that range, and then you have to choose. Usually try to get to the fifth.
Yeah, just something comparable that'll work.
Yeah, so that it sounds, so that it does, so it's not, so the tonality and the overtones are not messing with the key of the song, Yeah. And then just in terms of like choosing, how do I choose microphones? Well, I kind of want I'm adding the NS10 that's back here, right? So that's where my NS10.
Yeah, I was like, most people put the NS10 out in front of the kick drum, and you got it back there as like a booty mic.
Yeah, totally. Well, there's a lot of good articulation and low end that's coming off of the beater side of the kick drum. So and it's also because he's his back's kind of up against this wall. You're getting some low frequency buildup back here. So putting that back there also kind of gets a little bit of that low frequency buildup. But it's not just that, as we'll hear when I go back in there and can solo it up. That's not just about the kick drum. There's other things. It's kind of a picture of the kit. Having it behind him, his body acting as a little bit of a gobo and shield from the cymbals. So it's giving me a little bit of that low end extension. Now, the reason I sort of start with that, mentioning that first, is because I know that's kind of a vibe mic that I want to get for this particular drum capture, right? So I'm going to have a lot of that low frequency stuff captured back there that, a lot of people would put it up in front of the kick drum to kind of get. I'm going to get a little bit of that back there. It's different, but I'm going to get that. So I don't need a microphone on the kick drum that is as deep and punchy. I kind of went for an older mic, old school mic. It's a D20. It's an AKG D20. It's a lot of microphones that end up being good for kick drums start out as vocal mics.
Yeah, I think I sent you a picture of that one time because I saw somebody using it as a vocal mic. I'm like, didn't we use that on the kit?
Yeah. So it's like a 50s. I believe it's a late 50s microphone. So that's what's on the kick drum, and so it's kind of mid-rangey. It's designed and sort of voiced for the voice. A human voice. So it's got a lot of nice mid-range articulation. It's not too extended and muddy in the bottom end. You have to knock a lot of mid-range out of a kick drum mic. That's just kind of in general because that's sort of the sound that we have gravitated towards in modern music for so long. It fits and supports that way. And then the snare drum mic is this funky. It's a funky Telefunken. It's a Telefunken. I believe it's a 411, an M411. It's a dynamic mic. It's very kind of mid-rangey. It's kind of got like this kind of weirdness to it. Like in the mid-range. It's sort of like an aggressive 57, I guess. And so I like it just because it on its own, it's not particularly fantastic sounding, but it fits. It's because I'm using this overhead as a little bit of an overall capture, and you're getting a lot of the cymbals, and this microphone is mostly picking up hi-hat, rack tom, and snare drum, right? So because I have this mic that's kind of its relationship is kind of where the rack tom and the snare shells are kind of meeting. It's getting a pretty good picture of the both. I'm getting a pretty open, full snare sound. I'm getting the low end of the snare a bit in this mic, a bit in the NS10 mic. So I'm not necessarily looking for a full frequency microphone here. I just kind of want something that sounds cool in the mid-range and is going to give me that crisp kind of articulation, just kind of a cool vibe.
That's
you know,
that's such a good point of like, because yeah, since you're getting such a good picture from that overhead, that why do the exact same thing in the close mic when you can do something a little bit different to accentuate a different area of the sound, right?
Absolutely. It's like, it sort of goes back to that conversation we were having like a little while ago about fitting sounds together in a mix and how to fit a keyboard. It's like I'm definitely picking microphones and places to put them that are very, very different from each other, but hugely complementary, and that they fill each other out. And sort of so transitioning from that, then we have this U47, well, it's not a Telefunken, excuse me. It's a Flea microphone. It's a great Eastern European copy of a Tube 47, a U47. Many of the same parts manufactured new are in this mic. It's tremendous sounding. Now, the reason it's here is because I'm using it for a kit sound. It is pretty compressed, and it's pointing down. It's in cardioid, right? So it's listening on this side here. So what I'm getting is quite a bit of the shell of the kick drum here. I'm getting some tonality in between the toms and the bottom of the snare a little bit too. So it's kind of an overall mic, and by stuffing it in there real close and hammering with some compression, it's kind of giving me some mid-range punch and tonality that none of these other sort of like spot mics have. And then putting it, it's just like, whoa, gosh, it's really close to the ride cymbal. Well, the ride cymbal is kind of on the back of the mic. I'm not. There's a lot of rejection back here. So yes, am I getting some ride cymbal? I am, but because of the because of the way this mic is placed, I'm not getting a significant amount. I'm getting a blendable amount, and also because of the way the overheads are configured, I'm getting obviously I'm getting a little bit of the edge here, but probably when you play the ride or when you crash on that. Yeah. So he's sticking it here, which is like kind of right in the middle of these two mics. So they're getting a little bit, but there's nothing that's like super focused on it. So this kind of in a way is helping fill that out a little bit,
Yeah, that's like my favorite.
Totally.
Yes, you can actually record, a whole kit this way. You probably wouldn't put as much compression on it, and you might consider the placement of this cymbal. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. That's another thing. Like Logan is just pointing out, like a very good technique, because it's all about the source. The way you manage the source is the way you're going to get a great recording. That's where you need to start. It's not about like, oh gosh, I have too much cymbals in my toms. The first thing to do is not go in there and try and EQ it out. The first thing to do is try to address it out here. It's just like, so the technique he's talking about is raising the cymbals up, and getting it further away, so like the higher this cymbal comes up, the more these microphones are in cardioid. So they start to get blind spots on the edges. And so by getting this up towards their blind spots, it reduces the balance of that cymbal in the picture and there as well. So that's like, that's a technique to think about in the future. Go ahead and put it back how you had it. But, that's a good thing.
And so the mic that you have over the floor tom, that's basically completing the Glenn Johns sort of setup, correct?
Yes, it's completing the overhead sound. And you will hear that I don't have these hard panned. I have them sort of medium panned because this one's going to get more snare drum, and hi-hat, and that one's going to get ride cymbal and floor tom. And actually, we'll hear more kick drum in that one than in this one. And so it kind of spreads the picture out a little bit. And that kind of completes the picture. One important aspect that I should discuss about this setup, and I'll have Logan show you. Oh, I put it under the floor tom. It's right there. That cable's right there. When you're using this Glenn Johns technique, which is a brilliant technique, because the way Glenn did it is he used only 3 microphones. He used a kick drum mic, and then these two overheads. So it's 3 channels. So what you do is you just measure from the center of the drum.
I'm almost coordinated enough to do this.
And so
You can
you
play
just take
drums
a
like a badass, but measuring.
So you take a cable, and
Uh-huh.
and you take a cable. Did this change? Let's see. Put that over there again.
Yep.
No, that's about right. So from the center of the snare drum, it's about right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It drooped. It just drooped a tiny bit. So from the center of the snare drum, I'm making sure with a cable that they're kind of equal distance, right?
Yeah.
So then that way that helps me center the snare drum as much as possible in this picture, you know. So that's an important aspect of this miking technique. Perfect.
Like Van Halen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really critical to. And it keeps it so end of the day the snare through both microphones is perfect, is phase accurate, and also helps center the snare in the stereo image too, because it's hitting both microphone capsules at exactly the same time.
Yes, absolutely. So I just Ben, I just got a warning that my pod is dying, so I'll have to switch ears in a second.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Well,
Is there anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, we did have a couple of questions come in. People are wondering, what's the dimensions of your live room overall? Like, how big of a spaces are we working in right now?
How big is this space? It's you guys have seen you've sort of seen the longer aspect of it pretty much most of the time.
Yeah.
It's about 18-ish feet. I think it started out a little over. I remember the before dimensions more than I know the after dimensions, because we built walls inside of walls. But it's about 18 feet in length. Okay, and then width is, I think it starts at 15 feet on the side that we enter where the camera's been placed, and this wall here, this long wall, jogs over and about 18 inches or so, 16 or 18 inches.
Okay, so it's not perfectly parallel.
No. So the longer walls that are not parallel to each other, and also the treatment in the room. There's more treatment on the ceiling on this narrower part of the room to kind of get it to be. This end of the room is a little bit more focused. And a little bit tighter than this side. This side is a little bit more open and ambient because there's not as much absorption. It's a slightly bigger space, and there's not as much absorption on the ceiling. So there's a little bit more reflection going on over here. So then I have that to play with. The drums sound great here. Record them most of the time here, but you have these different areas of the room to play with. Sometimes putting the drums over there, if you want a drier, tighter sound, it is a really good spot. We're not doing it on this recording, or today. We haven't done this on any of the recordings we've done as a K Club.
I don't think so.
But sometimes we'll leave the doorway open out into the hallway, and I'll pull a microphone out in the hallway and record that, because then that's kind of acting as an echo chamber with the sound that's spilling from this room and out into that room.
We've also opened the vocal booth before too on a
Yep.
couple things we've done, and just grabbed.
Oh,
that
cool.
mic. That sounded cool.
That's absolutely true. And actually, we haven't done it for this song, but Logan has like a suitcase kit where he uses a green Samsonite.
Yeah, it's like from Goodwill, like an old Goodwill suitcase.
So he uses that as a kick drum, and we've done some recordings in the vocal booth, which we'll see tomorrow, where it was just
this.
It was just one microphone. It was just one microphone, and made some great samples from it.
I bet.
That
Yeah.
was like one of my favorites.
That was a lot of fun. What's another question? Or did you have another question?
Yeah, people are asking about that NS10 thing, because it is really cool how having on the backside there. You mentioned really briefly of how it actually does help with the low end, with it being closer to the wall and kind of in that corner. Can you explain how that works?
Well, just you just have low frequency. You have low frequency buildup, and most low frequencies build up in corners or against walls, and then they build up, and then as they're kind of reflected back, and then they start to then they sort of start to intermingle and interact with each other. That's where you get the sort of dead spots, where the low end kind of goes away more towards the center of the room, where you have nodes where they kind of cancel each other out. But you're not going to have a low end node or a place that it kind of disappears against a wall. You're going to get like a reinforced sound. So that, that's just how that works in that, putting it in that position. It's just like, when you listen, when you're in a control room and, you're up close to the speakers versus when you're back on the couch, there's more low end back on the couch just because you have that distance that the sound is able to travel. And so those low frequencies are able to fully form, and then there's a buildup of them as they kind of hit the wall and then or start to kind of go back and return the other way. And that's why you get those cancellations, because you've got a waveform going like this, and then it hits the wall, and then it kind of comes back at an odd. It's not coming back in the same way that it arrived, and so when they're kind of crossing and they're not in agreement, you get these places where the sound disappears, and that's a node, So, but that's why when you do bass trap treatment, you do it against a wall in a corner where the low end kind of collects and builds up. So I'm using that kind of that phenomena, or that that physical occurrence to accentuate some low end and use it as a benefit.
Nice. Well, and so one last good question that came in here is like, so if you had to pare this whole setup down to just say 4 microphones,
okay,
which 4 would you stick with?
If I had to pare this down to 4 microphones, I'd probably get rid of it. You mean it's on the drums? Is that not the whole setup, but the drum setup, right? If I was going to pare this down to 4 microphones, I'd probably eliminate the snare drum mic, and then pick one of my vibe mics. So maybe my NS10. The thing is we'll hear it. It's just like I've got compression, got kind of like fatso, aggressive kind of compression, tape warmth kind of thing going on with the 47, and I've got the Culture Vulture kind of creating some grit and dirt on the NS10. So I don't know, maybe whichever color or accentuation fit the track is probably what I would gravitate towards. But the one to definitely use is the snare drum, because there's enough of it. It's one of the loudest drums in a kit, So it's just like,
and more than anything else.
Exactly, yeah. And I can always say, hey Logan, can you hit the snare drum harder? And it'll turn it up for me.
It's very rare that you would say that to me.
No,
I can't picture a scenario where that would happen.
No. So
Nice.
How about I go? Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's have you go back to the control room, but right before you do that, do you mind picking up the camera one more time, just showing people that NS10 position for
Sure.
any people that missed out on it, and then
Yep.
and then we'd love
they just
to
want to see
start
the
hearing what
NS10.
each of these are kind of making.
That's okay. How is? So I'm gonna do it like so you can kind of see it. I'm gonna get back so you can kind of see it there.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Okay.
So so it's literally like it's just behind the drum stool and very close to the wall.
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, that's super helpful to be able to see it that way.
Cool.
Yeah, great. Man,
Awesome.
I'm really looking forward to hearing what that mic sounds like in solo, and hopefully you guys are picking up what Jacquire's putting down here, which is the drums. You can capture a perfect picture, or you can go for a more perfect picture by with the overheads, with the close mics, but really what ends up creating the sound and kind of creating the vibe for the drums, it's all about these vibe mics. That kit mic, the flea right above the kick drum, that's capturing a really unique image of the drums, and you'll see he's going to squash it. He's going to add compression, he's going to add saturation to that to really give some texture and tone to the drums to blend in with the slightly more accurate and just more faithful capture on the overheads. And same thing with the NS10 mic, having that back down and low. It's this weird picture that's just going to add so much push and so much gnarliness to the drums overall.
Yeah. Hello again. All right. So I've been.
Yep, I'm getting you on the AirPod again.
Okay. Good. So I've put the other one back into charge. I heard you talking about the choices and the vibe mics.
Which are those are by far that's kind of my favorite part of drum recording. Always is like getting they're the fun mics to play with. You know, if you're being an engineer, like this is your moment to shine and kind of try something out that imparts a lot of creativity to the energy of the track.
Totally. Yeah, and so you know, I've got 4 microphones, the kick, the snare, and the overheads that are, you know, that they're not aggressively treated. I'm trying to get pretty good representative. Oops, let me turn this on. Can you hear me now, Logan? Okay, cool. So you know, those 4 microphones, kick, snare, overhead, are, you know, kind of getting a natural sort of drum sound. And then so I'm using the other 2 microphones. I guess it's 5 microphones. How did I say? No, there's 6. I keep mentally because the overhead's 1 track. It's 6 microphones. So the other 2 are just about that filling it in and kind of creating a vibe. But I'm also creating a blend and putting it through a distortion pedal. So you know, I'm able to. But the other thing is like having all those different vibes and having them in different frequency ranges and treating them differently. They will fit in different places. They'll support different drums in different ways, you know. Like the NS10 is going to support the kick drum and the low frequency stuff more than the 47, where the 47 is going to support more of the mid-range punch, and then I'm able to kind of create a special blend for the distortion pedal that and then play with the tonality of that to sort of fill stuff out. So. What should we do, Ben? Should we just should we have Logan play on his own? Like, yeah. How should I start?
Well, I think so the cool thing to see here is like to hear what the sounds like all together, and then maybe solo up some of the tracks to hear individually what each one's doing, what's contributing. So maybe just have him kind of play through it and let you give people a bit of a sonic tour about what's what, and then we'll break down the plugins that you're using on each one, and then we can kind of play around with some different shaping ideas.
Okay. Yeah. So Logan, I'm gonna have you play to the track live. I will. I'm just gonna be. I'll probably let you play a pretty good portion of it because there's more elements to kind of go through. I don't know that we'll get all the way through the song. Maybe we might stop in that drum break that comes before the last, you know, the outro C. But I just got some more elements to go through here, so I'm just going to be soloing some stuff up. You shouldn't be any change for you. Okay. You should just be able to. Let me just double check. Yeah, everything. You know, you'll be able to just play along. I'll be soloing stuff up in here. I will start you at the beginning of the tune. Are we on the right playlist? Yeah. Just play along for me.
All right. All right, let me get the volume on those up a little bit.
Input. We'll do it this way. There's no reason to record the same thing we already have. Just listen to our input. You ready? You good?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
ready. That's fine.
Oh, sorry. This talkback mic gets me. You're good. Okay, here we go.
It's all good, man.
Yeah,
Cool.
dude.
Thanks, brother.
What a tone. That was super cool. Thanks for kind of soloing stuff through and kind of pulling up to each one of those chains as we were going through it. Really, man, hearing the difference between the NS10 and the Flea 47. Just talk about like two very different colors to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. So Logan, that was great, and I needed the whole song to be able to go through everything. So yeah, Ben, let me do this because this is something I didn't do. I didn't actually. I soloed stuff up, but I think another thing that like will add some value to sort of demonstrating what's going on with how the Flea and the NS10 are adding is I'll play the track and I'll turn them off. NS10 is hugely important to the kick drum sound.
It completes it, right? Because like without it, you're getting kick, but you don't get the full picture of it until you add in that NS10.
Right. Now if I wasn't using the NS10 to cap, like if we were talking about that, sort of pared down drum picture, and I wasn't using the NS10 to grab that low end, I mean, I'd probably choose a different microphone for the kick drum, and I something that was more full and had more bottom end. The kick drum track on its own, it sounds good. It's kind of skinny sound, and it doesn't have the weight. But I'm not looking to get the weight out of that. It's almost like the technique where it's like putting two microphones on a kick drum, to kind of stuff one inside to kind of get that articulate sound, and then you use one on the outside like a FET 47 or the NS10 sub thing to kind of get those two separate sounds to pair together. Well, I don't particularly like to do that because those microphones are too close in relationship, and so the combination of getting those microphones to sit together is not as good as, for me personally, for the way that I'm doing it now, where there's a lot more distance between them, and it's the NS10 is giving me that low end focus that I need to add to this microphone. So if I wasn't using the NS10, I would probably choose a different microphone that had fuller low end, and I might actually even pull it back a little bit from the drum, and maybe an inch or two to not have it like so close, to kind of let that low end develop a little bit more out of the drum.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So you're doing, so on the way in right now, it's all Neve 1084s for the preamps. And then you're kind of changing up the compressor, or you've got the DBX 160 on the kick and then distressor on the snare. How are you choosing, why wouldn't you just use the distressor on everything? Why are you kind of picking and choosing between different compressors per channel? Okay,
well, because I'm looking for each compressor has its own sort of tonality. I mean, now distressor, yes, a distressor is a very flexible compressor. You can kind of do pretty much anything with it, but it's also a compressor that you really have to. You have all these settings that. It's very flexible, so you have a lot to deal with to kind of get towards a sound, right? So, so it's a very good tool to use, but it's also a complicated tool. So, so by using things that are a little simpler, like in the case of the DBX 160, it's twofold. It's a simpler thing to use, and I'm choosing it because I know the style of the compression and the way that it sounds is what I want to use specifically for the kick drum. And now, could I get that setting on the distressor? Yes, but it's going to take more work because there's more parameters to manipulate to get it to the sound I want. So, and also having the different, especially on drums where you're pairing all these microphones and filling the sound out. If they all had the same characteristic, well, then they're kind of like working backwards against the the choices of all the different microphones and the way the drums are tuned, and the placement.
Yeah.
Because then if you're going to run them all through the same kind of dynamic control, you're kind of almost you're taking a step back by bringing them more into a similar place, if that makes sense. So the reason I'm using the 160 on the kick drum is, hey Logan, would you play just a kick snare hi-hat for me? Thank you, sir. So there's just a little bit of difference. I'm not the ratio is really low. It's just under 2 to 1. It's just barely touching it, right?
Yep.
But what it does is it just by just taming that transient just a little bit, it makes the transients all a little more uniform. Logan does a great job playing very consistent, but he's playing with some feel. So he's not hitting the kick drums with all the exact same velocity. And I don't want it to sound like that. I don't want it to sound like a sample. I want to be able to capture the performance and dynamic of his performance. But I am trying to, because what happens though is as each transient, that's going to be where the most variation is in the velocity, is in the transient. And so I'm just trying to the loudest ones I'm trying to tame just a little bit so they sound a little bit more uniform, because part of that performance dynamic tonality control is going to come from the tone of the drum as well. So I'm just trying to get that articulation, just a little bit of control on that articulation so that it sits in a more predictable spot, and that it's kind of always coming through and speaking in the mix the same way. But then also the tonality and the shape of the way that the processing works on this compressor, you can also hear a change in the way the mid-range of the drum sounds. It gets a little bit tighter sounding as well. Logan, if you would do that same thing one more time, I'll just take it in and out. Listen for that tonal change and the tightness. Not only is it affecting the transient as described, but it's kind of like tightening the tone up a little bit. Would you go ahead, please, Logan? So when I take the compressor out, it just sounds a little bit rounder. It sounds a little puffier, and you don't hear as much definition in the room. It's just when the compressor is on, it's not really doing a lot of compression, but it's just like it's kind of tightening the sound and making it clearer and more articulate as the kick drum speaking as part of the whole, as opposed to when it's out. There's a little bit of a cloudy thing that's kind of covering up the tone of everything. It is most significantly affects the depth of the room tone.
Exactly. Well, and that's really, you hit such a good point of like how the 160, it's one of those compressors, like you can throw it on there and it just kind of instantly gives you the effect that you want, the like a little bit of extra punch, a little bit of extra presence to the sound. And just like you're showing here, it doesn't actually, you don't have to smack it, you don't have to make the meter move like crazy to get that sound. The sound's just kind of inherent by putting the unit on there and finding just the right sweet spot.
Totally. Yep. So that's the reason I'm using these different compressors. It's the distressor. I'm using this. I've got the link in because it kind of, by having, it's not linked to another compressor, but by having that in, it changes the reaction of the threshold to the signal, and it also kind of creates a little bit of distortion within the unit, which is just like another way to add tonality. And then I can really play. The reason I like a distressor so much for a snare drum is that the attack and release settings you can fine tune them so accurately to the way the drum is being played, the tempo of the song, and shape the tonality the way you want to. And then the reason I'm using this API 2500 as a bus compressor, but the reason I'm using it on the overheads is not using it for a lot of compression. It's just kind of touching it a little bit. Logan, would you play that same thing one more time for me? I'm just using it. It's like it's reacting mostly to the snare drum, but it kind of helps glue everything together and bring it together. And the reason I'm using, a bus. I mean, you can be really aggressive with this compressor, but a bus compressor is typically more tailored to finer adjustment of dynamics. So I've just got this on the overhead. Now the reason that I'm using a stereo compressor on those overheads is because they're in wildly different spots and they're hearing the drum kit very differently. But because I'm putting them through the same stereo compressor, the compressor is helping unify that image a little bit for me and kind of compressing it. Like if it's reacting to like the floor tom being hit, it's kind of making them both duck equally and compress equally. So it keeps the signal more balanced left to right, as opposed to when we take it off. Logan, would you just kind of play a little bit of a groove that includes the toms? And I'm gonna take this compressor in and out, and you guys can hear how the image, like we have a more stable stereo image with the compression in than when it's out. So yeah, go ahead, bud.
Okay.
A little bit. But I'll have him do it one more time. So if you listen to the stability and tonality of the kick drum, how it's centered, it's more centered with the compressor in. And then if you listen to when he hits the floor tom, the overhead side of the image that's away from the floor tom, which is the mic that's over the snare and rack tom, it's on our left side, right?
Yeah.
You'll hear the you'll hear the room sound on the left side react differently when he hits the floor tom when it's in versus out. You kind of almost, when he hits the floor tom and the compressor's not in, you almost hear the room slap more on the left side. You kind of hear the reflection more. So check it out. Go ahead. Hear that? It's not overt. It's pretty subtle, but without the compressor in, that kick drum doesn't feel like it's coming from the center all the time. It feels like it's moving around in the middle a little bit, and hopefully,
it's kind of swimming underneath the toms a little bit.
So
well, what's kind of cool too about the API 2500. There's as you guys will notice, there's a knob there specifically for stereo link. So you've got it set to 100 right now, and the cool thing with the 2500 is you can actually precisely dial in the amount of connection between the gain reduction that's happening on the left and right. So if you really wanted to have that kind of like head turning, like when he hits the tom, it kind of squishes down the kick and the cymbals on that side and leaves the left side open, you can get in there and adjust the balance of how much of that is happening inside of the 2500. So something to be conscious of when you're using this plugin, but you'll find most of the time for a stereo bus or for overheads like this, what Jacquire's saying is totally true. Of like linking these two things together helps keep your stereo image constant while still giving you the compression effect and the little bit of the glue and the kind of punch that it's adding to the sound, without it making people's heads turn kind of left right when there's like a tom or a big hi-hat moment.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. I think, Logan, if you do that one more time, I'll decrease this, and you can hear how you can play with that flavor and kind of find the midpoint like of the movement. Go ahead, Logan. And I even like 80%, whereas a little bit of movement, but it still seems more focused than on individual.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, dude, the 2500. This is I know it's made for a lot of people. Just think of this bus compressor only. There are so many great tracking uses of it for overheads. I saw Corey Wong did a thing on our channel last year where he was using this on guitar because it is just such a flexible, really awesome sounding compressor. It's good to be thrown on lots of different things.
Yeah, I love it. It's the other thing is it's got this whole tone section where you can you can adjust how aggressive the knee is, so it's like the onset of compression. It's like got it on hard right now because the drums have a lot of fast transients, so I want the compressor to react quickly and for the compression to set in right away. Whereas if it's on a softer, it's just like it lets more of the transient come through before it the compression kind of fully kicks in. So there's just like this tone section that's like new versus it's like a feed forward design, which is common in newer bus compressors like an SSL G bus compressor, or feedback, which is like something more like an old tube compressor, like a Fairchild, and these affect the onset of compression and the shape of it, so this whole tone section is just fantastic too. It's akin to switching between black and brown on the SSL channel strip,
Yep, exactly. It gets just two slightly different flavors that, again, it allows you to pick and choose these sorts of things and get really refined with the tone that you're looking for. All right, so now we've got the standard mics, the kick, snare, overheads. Let's get to these color mics, man. How did you come up with these sounds for the Flea and for the NS10?
Okay, well, let's listen to the Flea. Logan, we're going to talk about some of these the individual, like the color mics, just a little bit. So appreciate your patience, brother. How did I come up with this? I don't know, a lot of accumulated experimenting, I guess. But
it's not your first time doing this.
No, it's just like this is. I didn't just dream this up yesterday. It's kind of like an accumulation, but of approaches I've taken. There's so many ways to there's so many different ways to mic a drum kit. And these are these techniques are kind of cool specifically for the size room I have, the goal I have in mind for the way the drums sound, how many tracks I want to record. Everything's in real close, right? So adding really aggressive compression on a close mic helps give it more of an ambient texture. So, I may not treat, if I had a room mic that was farther away, or I was trying to do something for the kit that was a little bit farther away, I might not compress it in the same way or as much. There's just a lot of ways to approach this. But I'm just going to do a playback on this, and then we can kind of take this in and out and talk about the settings. Oh, no, that won't work because it's on the
tracking
input.
It all on the way in.
Yeah,
all the fun is happening on the way in.
Hey, would you play the grooves of the tune for me?
Yeah. You want me to go?
Yeah, go for it, bud.
All right. Yeah.
I mean, it's showing a lot of compression, but it's in a spank mode, which means it's a high ratio. It's very aggressive. It's almost a limiting. That's why we're seeing so much reduction. And the tracking mode, it's like this has kind of been optimized for these different types of settings. So the tracking spank mode is more like the way you might set the distressor on the nuke mode. To get where you'd have a really a pretty slow attack, so it lets lots of transient through, and then it really smashes the sound down dynamically, and then it kind of gets off, and then a pretty fast release. It's sort of similar to an aggressive distressor setting. So you're not really hearing the transients sort of smashed and it kind of losing its articulation. But what you need to listen to is like the detail of the room and the tonality of the kick, like the shell of the kick drum and the splattiness of the snare. It's really helping bring out the articulation of the room because I'm letting the transients through, and so the very initiation of the sound is being let through, and then the compression kicks in, and it knocks down the sustained tone of the drums a bit, and then you're able to hear the sound of the room. So that when the compression releases quickly, you hear the sound of the room kind of jump out. So one more time for me, Logan. Okay, thank you. So it's making so hopefully you can hear that. It's making the drums sound brighter and punchier. It's punchier because you don't have all that overtone of the sustain of the drum. It's a very brief thing that's happening just in terms of control. But what would you add to that, Ben, and just in terms of like observation?
First of all, just how cool the Fatso sound. It's kind of the right amount of punch and adding the extra edge to that flea, and it's great because it is just it's a very balanced picture of basically the whole drum set, and it's giving this like just up close, smacky kind of energy that you're blending in underneath the rest of the drums. Man, that sounds really cool. I guess a lot of times with the Fatso, it's all about playing around with the compression type. It's about kind of cycling through those. They all sound, it's like so many different varieties of sounds that it's hard to describe sometimes which one to go with over the other until you really use it a bunch, like Jacquire has. But this Bus Spank is definitely one of my favorites. And then the other thing you guys are going to notice is the warmth. You've got, it looks like it's set to 5 on the warmth.
Yes.
What are you getting from having it compressed there? Or it's hard to explain exactly what the warmth circuit's doing in this, but it's essentially
the warmth is it's emulating sort of like what tape does to a sound, so it's smoothing out some of the transients. It's kind of like adding a little bit of tape transformer sound to it. So it's not really as you can see. I could cycle through it. It's like the way these things work, you can't just switch one element of it on and off. So I'll just cycle through it in a second. But it's you're not seeing a lot of indication here of it. But it's a subtle thing. It's sort of rounding the sound out a little bit and filling it out harmonically. The higher the number gets, the more you get of that aspect of it. So Logan, if you play one more time. Great. I'm going to have you play in just 1 second. Okay, I think probably the easiest place to hear the difference and the nuance in this is in the hi-hat.
Yeah.
When it's off or down here at 1, the hi-hat sounds very forward and bright, and when he opens the hats, it's you hear a lot of that really clearly. As we warm it up, you still hear it, but it's not as forward and biting. It's a little bit more tucked. And sort of like those high frequencies are dynamically controlled because of the shaping. It's the warmth is sort of like a tape machine emulation, so it kind of rounds those things out, slows those transients down. So that's what to listen for. So we get it all the way over here to 7. The hi-hat just sounds way more controlled. So
yeah,
I'll start it. I'll start it on 1. Logan, if you'd play again. So it's subtle, but it's gonna really matter. The hi-hat is just more controlled, and some
Oh,
of
totally.
that cymbal bleed.
Yeah, especially when you go from 7 to off, you really hear just all of a sudden the sound just jumps back forward, and so it's a great way to control the presence of that hi hat, and that's really what that controls. They called it the warmth control for a reason, because it does a great job of dynamically warming up the track without it doesn't sound covered up, it doesn't sound muffled, it just sounds just more kind of glued together.
Exactly, and because you couldn't do that with an EQ, because an EQ you'd just be because it's trying to create tape. Tape responds dynamically. It doesn't treat like the louder a high frequency is, the more that it kind of rolls it off and smooths it down. So like if so as the transients and the brightness become more aggressive and louder, the softer they're softened more. Okay, so it helps balance things. It helps balance things out. The other reason to choose the Fatso on this particular mic is because of the mic placement. It's not, I could do a very similar thing like we were talking about with the bus spank with a distressor, but I don't have the same type of tonality control with the distressor. I don't have anything that's really going to address the top end. Now, the distortion elements do, but it's not in the same way. It's just not dynamically. It's not dynamically rounding things off. It's just like where it's like the warmth is almost a little bit of a subtractive type of addition. This stuff just adds more color, and the louder the input is, the more color that's added. Where this is kind of almost working in the inverse. So.
Yep.
So
that's a great way to think about between these two. They're cousins of each other, but you're totally right. Like the Fatso does a great job of kind of controlling it, holding it in a spot, bringing down the top end a little bit, just like a tape would. Whereas the distressor, as you mentioned, distortion 2 and 3, that's adding more harmonics, that's adding more energy into the sound. So it's great to have the option to pick between either one, depending on what you're going for.
Totally. So that's part of what drives the decisions. Okay, so then let's go to
NS10. So yeah, the wild card here. This one is that it was funny when you showed me this mic yesterday. I was like, I've seen NS10s on drum sets. I've never seen them back there before. So I was so curious to hear the sound. And then once you played it for me, I was like, yep, I see exactly what you're going for there. Because the NS10, the speaker itself is picking up a weird combination of things, and then you're able to kind of treat it here in the box with some extra love. What you went for the Culture Vulture, I see.
Yeah, I went for the Culture Vulture just because the drive feature obviously is going to give me distortion, but then with the bias, the bias, what's the right way to describe it? Well, the bias in a circuit is the amount of voltage that's applied to a stage, and so the more or less current you give it, it has a different tonality in its response. So the bias is a really significant color changer. And then we have the distortion type. Also picked it because of some of its filter sets.
Yep.
So let's listen to it. Same thing again, please, sir. So, there's a lot of variation in the tone that you can create with this. Obviously the input is really hot. I'm turning it down, but I'm driving this pretty hard. I'm driving it pretty hard through the Neve, so that I'm accumulating the tone of the Neve like we've talked about before. And I've turned the output down just a little bit, and so that I'm actually able to send more level into the Culture Vulture to really get into the, if I didn't have much level coming from the Neve into the Culture Vulture, I might have to turn the drive way up, and that's just I'm pushing more level into the Culture Vulture so that I'm in a more usable range, right? I'm getting maximum tone out of the Neve, pushing the Culture Vulture a little bit hard because, I'm using it for distortion, so I want to kind of get, I kind of want to run it a little bit hot, and then because when I bypass it, the level jumps way up because I've used the output level on the Culture Vulture because it's my last piece of gear in the chain to be my output level control. So this becomes my level to tape. It's it's the Culture Vulture is not, I wouldn't call it a one-trick pony, but it does one thing pretty well, and that's there is variation in it certainly, but it's very similar in its approach and use. So.
Well, and especially the distortion types, right? Like when you flip from around the triode to one of the pentode settings, that's where you instantly, to me, that's the biggest move that you can make with that in terms of changing the color of it and the way it breaks up. And on the pentode ones, right, it just gets a little blockier. It gets a little more like square wavy in a way of the kick hits it and just goes, it just breaks up. And whereas on the triode, it gives it a little bit smoother amount of drive, which kind of just sticks with the sound all the way through.
Yes. So in this case, where I'm adding an element to an organic drum capture, where I'm just trying to add some of these colors and vibe in there, the way Ben described the triode is perfect. It kind of like, it treats all the sound fairly equal, hangs with everything. You go to this first pentode, and the kick drum sounds like it's all half broken, but that could be a really good choice for a different, like if we were recording, like if I was having Logan play to like some program drums, that might be the perfect pairing of the way the kick drum sounds for the program stuff, So it's really all about context and the way you make these choices.
Oh, absolutely. And people have kind of noticed this a little bit in the chat too, but I just want to reiterate, like, notice how much of the listening that we're doing here today, you're listening to the whole drums in context. So yeah, we're focusing in on these one mics and on these compressors and these settings inside of these, but at the same time, we're always making these decisions hearing the kit as a whole, because there's no one's ever going to hear these tracks isolated. The audience and the band, everyone's going to hear this all put together. So it's so important that from the outset and throughout all this decision making process, you're doing this all in context with the other mics.
Absolutely. Listen, I have 6 mics on the drums. That's not a lot by today's standards, So, it takes a handful of microphones. And you can get now, I just made a record earlier in the year where we recorded all the drums with the 3 mics, the kick mic and the Glenn Johns overheads. Sounds great. It's totally appropriate for the record we made, but it oftentimes, we've gotten very used to having a lot of microphones on the drums, a lot of articulate sounds, and a lot of control. The more mics you add, the more problems you get, just because you have all these. The drums are loud. All the mics are hearing all the drums in different degrees, and so then you have all these overlapping frequencies, and you have because they're pointing in all different directions. You have all these phase things. So simpler is better. So that's kind of part of my approach. It's like, I've got the 4 microphones that are kind of more the focused, articulate, natural sounding mics, and then I've kind of created some things to fill in and add some vibe and color. But simpler is better. Certainly on drums, as simple as you can go is always the best. Now, if you're recording a drum kit to like a program track, I mean, sometimes you only need one mic or two mics, and it really should be not so much about like the low end of the. It's just the excitement and air and the brighter mid-range elements of the drum kit that you would want to pair with program stuff. Also because a low end can get so messy so quickly between drums, especially if they're not perfectly in time. So like kick drums. You'll hear kick drums flam way before you'll hear snare drums flam, or so it's just the nature of it. So yeah, simple is better. I think the final thing that I would want to show, I mean, obviously we haven't even tried any other pre's. So let me show one more thing, and then we'll get into. We haven't tried the APIs. We'll throw some APIs on the drum.
Yeah, there was some people asking in the chat about the Vision series, so I think that'd be perfect one to check out as a compliment to the Neve. But yeah, I think I know what you're about to go. You're about to show us that raw trick, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. So let's see, Logan, would you play again for me real quick? Great. Okay. So let's see, where is that? Pull this up. Okay. So I'm going to have him play in just 1 second. I just want to reiterate the way this is set up. So I'm just sending a very small amount of the kick and snare, no overheads, and then a little bit of the vibe mic, more of the vibe mics than the kick and snare. A lot of the NS10. The NS10 is kind of the most significant factor in this blend, right? So not only do we have the Culture Vulture on the NS10, but we're also adding a lot of this raw. So Logan, if you would, please play again. I mean, this raw vibe, effect is it's kind of like doubling up on what I'm grabbing with the Flea and the NS10. It's a pretty significant contributor, especially into the mid-range, darker tones of the drums that help kind of glue things together.
Yeah. Well, you can see too, you're doing that. People can see here on the raw plugin, you've got the filter there at like 3 o'clock. So that, if I remember correctly, that's kind of filtering it down, right? Isn't the raw's backwards? I think it's to the left is brighter and to the right is darker. So this way you're adding edge, but then you're kind of rounding it out again and tucking it in underneath the whole drum mix.
Absolutely. So I'll have Logan play again here in a second, and then I'll change this filter, and you'll hear I'm avoiding some of the cymbals and stuff, and I'm just kind of, it's like, I don't need those higher frequencies to fill the sound, and I'm finding that pocket that we've addressed before. I'm finding the place that this can fit. So go ahead, Logan, and I'm going to change this filter for you guys. Quite a bit of difference, So I'm
yeah, night and day right there.
Yeah. So it's a very cool element, and like a lot of times when I'm kind of going for this kind of like rawer, recorded drum kit with the little bit of like hip hop vibe and grit. This is a technique that I use pretty frequently, like using a distortion pedal to kind of add into it, but we could totally change it. I mean, it's like, let's experiment with the balance a little bit. Logan, if you'd play again. off that NS10 and then kind of just giving it more snare drum, it's like kind of changes the dimension of things, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it totally changes the focus of the sound. Right now, it's all of a sudden it's really about the snare, about the brightness and the crispness of the snares, really speaking through the raw.
Yeah, and so it's like it's got more of that sort of voice in the room, which is a kind of a neat thing. So shall we? Okay. Anything else about that?
No, a bunch of people in the chat really loving this distorted idea. Wes was saying that he remembers doing this with room mics going into like a tube screamer to get the same sort of effect.
Great idea. Yep. I mean that is a thing. I love it. So let's okay. So I'm gonna do these one by one. Yeah.
So this will be a really cool moment. So obviously you spent a lot of time on these Neve preamps, not only setting the gain stage but also a little bit of EQ moves.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna be nice and rude about it here and just swap them out. Do you want to try swapping all of them out for Vision series?
Yep. I'm just gonna kind of just so it's not like crazy when he starts playing. I'm just gonna kind of go one by one just so I can just have a quick look and then also sort of get my gain in a similar spot.
Yep.
So let's see. Yeah. Oh wait, I thought I removed you. All right, so this doesn't have the same markings. Okay, oh well. Logan, would you give me the kick drum? One second for me, and then we'll go to the snare drum. Okay, the snare drum, please. Real quick. Gotta switch out a couple more things. I wonder I wasn't hearing the snare drum. It's like I was hearing the talkback mic. There's so many open mics everywhere. It's like I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. But I love the little trick that you're showing off here of gain staging using your compressors.
Exactly. I was just thank you for observing that. I mean, I had the compression already sort of set for the way I had the Neve modules optimized. So, I just knew that a quick way to set the input gain on the APIs would be just sort of try to observe a similar amount of compression. And that would be a good starting place for me. So, why am I not?
I was trying to put it on the kick track right now.
Oh, did I just blow off what I already did? No. Well, that's a good thing. So we'll do that same trick again with this. Logan, if you'd play the kick snare hi-hat for me. Thank you, sir. You know, one thing that I love about being like switching this stuff out, like, you know, it's not changing the status of my my polarity or phantom power.
Yeah.
Which is
exactly.
Which is,
It's
which
holding
is super
those in
cool.
place.
Yeah, that is a super cool, useful feature. Okay, let me just look at this real quick. Sorry, I'm going slow here.
It's all good. No, this is actually really fascinating to see. Like, we're getting to see how this happens in real time, and making these little EQ adjustments, because this is you reacting to what you're hearing, and you know we're trying to match a little bit, but you're getting to hear it fresh and apply the API in real time.
Yes. Oh, I'm doing that again. Yeah, totally. Why is it? Why? That's really weird that it's not tracking with me. Okay. Okay. We're getting there, pal. Would you play one more time?
Yeah.
One more pause for me.
I could just listen to Logan just sound check all day long, man.
He's a great
funky at every
he's a great
moment.
drummer. He's a great drummer. Okay, so what do I got here? A little bit of low end boost, a little top end roll off, and 45. Okay, here. API, please. Come on. So I think something. Yeah, go for it again, pal. All right, well, that's sort of quick and dirty. I have to hear it with the track a little bit, maybe to make some fine tuning adjustments. But let's just see how it is. We'll record from the top. I'm good on this playlist.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll just go from the top. Record some drums, and then we'll be able to play back. I might adjust some things as we go, but you know, for comparison's sake, it doesn't have to be spot on, but I'll just try to get it so it's somewhat tonality, EQ, like EQ move matched and level matched, so it's a fairish comparison. All right.
Yeah, close enough. Close enough for jazz.
Yeah, exactly. You ready, man?
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
We can have a little bit of playback. All right, Logan. Thank you, bud. Hang tight. We're going to do a little bit of comparative listening. I guess I can leave that on. Okay, so we'll go back.
Well, and even before we play this, who in the chat could already hear the difference? Just remember kind of what it sounded like beforehand, because I don't know about you, Jacquire, but I can totally feel the difference between what we've been hearing the whole time and now having all we did was change the preamps and matched it fairly well, but like it already just the sonic impact is amazing.
It's different. I mean, I really love the API Vision Strip, especially on drums. It's kind of like it's a little bit faster. It's just like the transients are a little bit cleaner. Some of the articulation's a little bit. It's different. I really wanted to go for a Neve vibe. This is a great choice. The cymbal, like the clarity and sustain of the cymbals is one thing I noticed. It's like a pretty big change. Yeah, it just, and the way the mid range and way the mid range is voiced is a little bit clearer. Not all my EQ points were super similar. I think they were a little bit higher overall, perhaps when I was pulling some things out in the mid range. So, yeah. So what do you want to do, Ben? Do you want to listen?
Let's listen back to the drums all through the Neve, and then we'll switch the playlist and hear it through the API, so we can get a really good side by side.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Awesome. All right. So that's Neve. Hold that sound in your ears, and let's hear the API.
Yep. Pretty cool.
Just a little difference here or there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel
huge.
like
That's so good.
I feel like I just on its own, I really love the way these APIs sound on the drums. It does not feel as connected. This drum sound doesn't feel as connected to the track as the Neve does, because it kind of changes the way everything else is allowed to live and voice and kind of marry with it. But yeah, huge difference. And I would this is the point I would really drive home. My personal observation and feeling is that in the two times now, in the Cass McCombs instance, and then doing this here at my own studio, recording all in the box with all this technology. It's all plugins, plugins and microphones. Reaching for the tools that I'm familiar with, the sounds I'm familiar with. I'm not looking over my shoulder at the other stuff and thinking, gosh, it's just like I'm not getting where I want to go. It doesn't feel like what I think it should feel like. It feels like Neve stuff. That feels like API to me. I mean, it's remarkable. Kind of blows my mind. And it's so easy, so right there in front of you, and has all the sonic signatures and integration and relationship that I'm used to. So it's just kind of like, it's pretty amazing.
Which, I mean, that's saying so much, like you have so much experience with the real versions of these tools, right? You've been in so many tracking studios, haven't gotten to do, in a normal studio you would have either an Eve or an API console. You're kind of married to that, what's in front of you or what's behind you. Some studios, you obviously would be very lucky to have multiple options, but in a lot of places you kind of like you go to a certain studio to get that sound. Now, with using these all in unison, you can pick and choose exactly what sound you want at any point in time. So that extra flexibility on top of it, capturing so much of the essence of what these each of these channel strips and preamps do. I 100% agree with you, man. Like, it's kind of a whole new world that we're allowed to be really picky and choosy and get very refined about which preamps we want to use on what compressors we want to use, and have this level of refinement anywhere we go.
Yeah, 100%. I'm also just sort of thinking about the price of this technology. The price of this technology versus I mean, it's like, I think you could probably own all the plugins, that you guys have available for about the same, I mean, like in the package pricing you do, for the same price I paid for my pair of 1081s, they're sitting right here. It's just like, well, okay, it's kind of insane, right?
Exactly.
So, so what other observations could we talk about this, or should we? It's almost 4:00.
I know you gotta wrap up here. So we basically have about another 30 minutes for today. The good thing is we have tomorrow as well. But the major food group that we haven't really got to talk about much yet is guitar. So should we spend a half hour looking at the guitar now, or would that be an option to add on to our vocal stuff tomorrow?
No, I say let's do it now. No, totally. And my hard out is an hour from now. So let's get into some guitar. So Logan, thank you very much, bud.
Yeah, great
Appreciate
stuff,
you.
Logan. Also, Logan, I saw Logan's wife was popping up in the chat there, supporting as well.
Hey, Kenna.
That's awesome. I got a really good question that just came in here. When Lonely Benson was asking, when does engineering / recording stop and mixing begin? Like, what do you save for mixing while you're recording something?
As little as possible. I save as little as possible for mixing as I can, because for me, what I'm trying to achieve in mixing, when it gets, really to mix a song, for me to mix a song is really just a few hours of mixing work. If it takes longer than that, it's really because I have to do, there's a lot of preparation that needs to happen to the session, the tracks. Sometimes you need to reamp things. Sometimes you need to I need to take a step back and sort of as opposed to balancing this and sweetening it and getting things to fit together and the nuance of it, and then turn it into a performance of a final balance and an articulation of that. Sometimes you have to take a step back and say, well, snare drum's not really quite cutting it. So I need to take the time to either reamp it or put a sample in or whatever it's going to take to get it to be a better source for my mix. So for me, sorry, I'm hitting that mic. For me, I'm trying to mix as much as possible as I go, if that makes sense. How was the question phrased, Ben?
Is like where do you draw the line between recording and kind of dialing in the sound during the recording phase and then beginning the mixing phase?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm trying to get as much of it done in the recording phase as possible. So so that the mixing phase is really just about that refinement, and so that I can spend that few hours of energy, like really focused energy, of doing the creative part of mixing, in a condensed sort of reactionary sort of experience with it, so I can really kind of just get involved with it, where I'm not trying to fix and make things fit together or make decisions that should have been made in the recording process. Just try and But now that doesn't, it's not always that way. Some things get to the mixing stage and they don't really need much at all, other than some balance and some parallel compression, or just really shaping the vocals to fit with everything really well, and getting the right effects on certain things. But
well, that that brings up another.
It is what it takes. It takes what it takes.
Yeah. Well, and so this kind of lays great into another question that came in while we were talking about drums earlier. Is how much do you use drum samples to augment drum recordings like this?
Well, that's an interesting question. Now, to make this drum kit sound good, only in cases where I feel like the source sounds are not good enough. Like if the snare drum is like over compressed, or it's been compressed in a way where it kills all the transients, then yeah, I might need to add a sample to sort of help me with that job, because there isn't enough transients left in the recorded snare drum for me to be able to shape it and have it contribute to the sound of the kit enough. So I reach for samples. For drums in two instances: when the sounds aren't good enough and I need to supplement them, or I'm going for a production aesthetic and I want to add a texture or an element to the drum kit that is not part of the being able to capture it organically with the drums. And now, so tomorrow, so I'm just going to reiterate what was said at the beginning of this, because I don't know if everybody's been here the whole time. There's there's a lot of hidden tracks over here. I don't know if anybody's caught this stuff, but we've already sort of pretty much fully recorded this. So we will get to things tomorrow that address some of this question. We're not going to be able to do it because the band guys were just able to be here yesterday and today, and tomorrow we need to focus on vocals. So we'll go through the overdubs, and we'll talk about some of those choices about adding samples in either to help the sound or supplement and shape the direction of the production.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, it might be kind of cool. The question came up here of how often do you find yourself overdubbing individual instruments? And I think you kind of just answered that. You do a lot. Like you do it until you get everything you need in the production. But from the outset, and we talked about this a little bit earlier when we were talking about the no click track thing and tracking the band all together, is like you get the goal for the first pass to really get the take is to have the band perform together, capture the energy, the interaction between the musicians, and then once everyone's like, yeah, that's it, that's the take, we're all stoked on what's going on here, then you start duplicating tracks, layering in different sounds, and adding the production elements that kind of take it from cool, this is a great recording, to like, oh, this is a song, this is a production, this is a something that has more fit and polish to it.
Yes. I think now this is somewhat genre specific, and it depends on how it's genre specific. It depends on how the writing process happens, but I think a mistake that gets made now in varying degrees, mind you, because sometimes things need to be built piece by piece. That's because that's part of the writing creation process. But I think production is given too much of an emphasis too early on in the recording process. So part of the production is the musicians I chose, the way that we decided to execute this arrangement, the sound and tonality of the instruments, the way it all fits together. Those are production decisions. But I think a lot of times what people think of production is like all the bells and whistles and like how impactful and intricate things can be, and putting too much of that focus on the beginning, where we're trying to focus on like the core elements of like picking getting the composition, picking the arrangement, getting a unified performance that there's enough involvement of the musicians to paint a full enough picture that we understand the vibe and the direction of the song and the production, and then we will layer in and add to it and and enhance and finish the production.
Yeah.
You know, there's lots of different ways to do it, and I'm not saying that song and performance are the only things to think about in the beginning. It's just that, you know, in this particular process, and you know, when you're recording a band, it's important to, in my opinion, it's important to get the whole band in the room and work out the song and work out how things are going to sound and how it all fits together. Then if the only thing you keep is the drums, okay, you know, and then you re-record everything else, at least you've had the information, the context to establish what that relationship is, and then how the drums should be playing and moving to fit with other people's parts and the dynamic and the way they're reacting to it. So it's, you know, it's just a very important thing. You know, it's just like you can get a killer drum sound and have the drummer play parts to a click track and then add other stuff. But, you know, unless that drum part has been very specifically worked out and all the nuance of it agreed upon by everybody, you know, there might be a section of the song where the kick drum is played in a way where it kind of it's like it restrains the bass player from playing a more interesting part, or you know, for having their own creative opinion that might influence, you know, like if the drummer and the bass player are in the room together, you know, the bass player would say, well, what about this, and then the drummer can react to it, you know. So
oh, totally. Well, it really separates it from being just like a loop-based production versus a band, like human band element to it. Is like, you're 100% right. Like it's the moments. It's like, even in this arrangement, like you got in the middle of the verse little drops or little moments happening between 3 or 4 different instruments all at the same time, that if you're going to do this all overdub style, you're going to have a ton of rehearsals and a really good memory from every musician for them to nail that individually, where it's just so much easier to execute that by being in the room together. And like, yeah, you've made some different considerations to be able to get the isolation and the control over the sound that you want, but you're not sacrificing anything to get that, and you're only enhancing the final product by having the core musical take of it feel like it's a thing already without even having to dive too much further.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these breaks, and you know, like there's one of these breaks has like it's either 1 or 2 extra beats in it because you know, we agreed that felt better. Now, like, you know, if that hadn't been put in there on the drum kit, and then here comes the bass to put on there, and it's just like, well, then suddenly you've got an editing job on your hands, you know, and then it's just like, you know, and it's and then you're trying to manufacture something, you're trying to manufacture a moment that is just so easily created between, you know, the players, you know, just, you know, you're totally echoing what you're saying. It's just like it's so much more dynamic. Now you'll see some punches. There's some punches in here. Some of it's for some performance stuff that we wanted to address, and some of it's that like the drum part changed right in here, you know, and you know, just so little things like that. But it's so much easier to record everybody together, have the context, and say, no, I think I want to revise that part, or no, I didn't play that part great. Can I just grab that? You know, can I grab that little moment? You know, and then, but you have the context of everything kind of working together. You know, and it's just like I don't know if anybody observed when we had Elliot in there, we were doing the keyboard. You know, we weren't playing to click, and it was one of the times early on when I started him. It's like hadn't given him enough information to be able to play through this little section where he basically carries the time in this pause because he's the only one playing. But when subsequent to that, when we had him record again and I gave him a little bit more playback and he got in the groove and found the rhythm, he played through that perfectly, and then the band kind of joined right back in with him, you know?
Exactly.
Now, he didn't have to be on a click track. He didn't have to be on the grid. It's just like, you know, the feel is there, you know, and so, you know, he was able to do that. So, you know, now you do get into situations where sort of the absence of having a click track can be a little bit of an issue, where like maybe somebody needs to sing across this. Well, you can easily just have somebody play, you know, I could have Logan, it's like, because there's a couple breaks in this song, I could just have Logan start at the top of the song and play Shaker the whole time. And it would be the same kind of thing where he'd probably navigate and play through this little section where he drops out just fine, and then that would provide a human click track for overdubs. Now, probably wouldn't leave the shaker in there in the end, but that's a way to navigate some of these moments, and sometimes you need somebody to kind of, that's not actually, like sometimes I've even had to like just take a pen and hold the talk back down and just kind of like
Tap it out.
Tap it out for to kind of keep it going in a section, and then so that everybody could kind of stop and let and then kind of like get back in. And so there's lots of ways to handle these things if you just are creative, and just kind of willing to go for it.
Absolutely. Well, so let's talk about the electric guitar sounds. I noticed it's coming in here in stereo, and a bunch of Eagle Eye folks earlier saw you've got 2 heads in the live room going into an aux. So what's kind of been your choice of signal chain for these guitars?
Okay, so we only used one of the amps. I'm gonna get Drew, and I'm gonna get Drew, and I'll go out in the live room, and Drew and I will sort of talk about that and show you what's going on out there.
Awesome.
All right.
Oh, nice. See the GoPro's already in the right spot.
Okay, cool. All right, so everybody, this is Drew again.
Hey.
What's up, Drew?
They can hear you. Ben said, "What's up?"
Hey, Ben. What's up, man?
Okay, so we're just using. We're just using the Homestead amp. What is that?
Peter McMahon makes these, and it's a newer boutique model, and it's a 100-watt 6L6 amp, and I think this fit the vibe for the tune. Also have this trusty 1970 50-watt Marshall,
Which we've used the Marshall a lot in the past.
but I've been really digging this and the aux.
Yep. So he brought in the Homestead, and we sort of started that with that because it's kind of a new amp to us. And it was a great vibe, and we started using that right away. Now, he played the main track on the Les Paul. What year is that Les Paul?
The 2013.
2013.
59 reissue.
It's a good looking guitar.
My
I have a couple custom shop guitars that look really old. That looks
My
old.
baby. And then this.
And then we have is that a 335?
Yeah.
And there's a 335, which we did use for the overdub, which we will visit and listen to that sound tomorrow. So yeah, so we're only using.
Why would you change guitars between the 2 takes?
Just to get a slight difference in tonality, and to sort of so that the sounds are. I mean, sometimes you want to double a guitar. You want to double a guitar and have it be the same guitar and the whole same sound. Typically, when I've done that and I'll make that choice, it's typically in like heavier, like more aggressive rock music where there's a lot more density of guitar tracks, and so you don't want as much variation in sound and texture. We'll only have 2 guitars in this song in the end, so we didn't change anything about the aux or the Homestead or the pedals, right?
No, I think for maybe one section I didn't turn on the tremolo.
Okay.
Just to do like a wet dry thing. But
Well, a bunch of people have spotted the Klon in there too.
The Klon. Did you use the Klon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is a Piedmont Custom Effects aluminum Falcon, just a Klon thing, and I don't really have it gained up all the way. It's just kind of like a boost to the, initial, just really amp.
Just pushing the amp just a little bit more?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
So it's not, you're not overdriving, it's just a little more gain into the head.
Yep.
Okay.
And then you have the delay on.
Yeah, and then I have a delay going in there. And then he is using the Flint, the Strymon Flint, as just the trim in a section.
Yep. The 61 harmonic setting, which is that brown face Fender kind of warbly tremolo. So.
Oh, that's super cool.
So I have, so I controlled the aux on my laptop. So so I just made a screenshot of that, which I'll show you when I go back in the control room of how this is set up. So we've used the aux a bunch, and it's
so killer.
It's so killer. You get all the benefit and sound out of your amp, and all the response with the guitar and the amp, and it's so fast.
Instant.
It's so fast to get to a sound, and you can change cabinets and speakers like that.
What are we using?
I think it's kind of like a twin.
Yeah, like a 212.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So we'll go.
And it allows you to be isolated, right? like because you're able to cut, you're able to have drums, and you have all these live instruments all going at the same time with a loud guitar amp without having to deal with a loud guitar amp bleeding over everything.
Totally. Yep. The only thing, I mean, obviously they're making a little bit of sound in here, but the only thing that's really making any significant volume in the room is the drums.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so we're not having to, you know,
there's not a cab in here or anything.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Which is fun. Which is you know, which is great. But you know, not everybody. I mean, we do that sometimes. I mean, sometimes when the room is less full and it's just maybe a guitar overdub, yeah, we set up a bunch of amps and put mics on them. But that's more of a process. It's time consuming, and this is like, you know, this allows us to record in this environment simply and get a badass tone.
That's great.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so I'm going to go in there and show them. I'll leave the talkback mic on. I'm going to go in there and show them our aux setting.
Cool.
And then we'll
Sounds
talk
good.
about the rest of it.
Awesome.
Sure, I'm in tune.
We're back to the neat playlist, I think.
On the guitar, on the drums?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I just have to change a couple presets out, but...
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so, the aux, where is that? It's in this preview. So, let's see. You can hear me, can't you, Drew? Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, we're using Honkin' Silvers 2x12. So, I assume that this is kind of like a silver face type of Fender, you know, kind of custom thing. And so what I've done here, okay, so I'm using the Biodynamic. It's a ribbon mic. It's a 160. And then a Neumann U67. I decided to. Oops, I can't change it because it's a screenshot. but I decided to have the 160 off access. Okay, just because it's like I can't really show you the difference in the sound. Well, I can't. It's not easy, anyways, to show you the difference in sound. It just was a better combination with the 67. So as you can see, so this is where I'm balancing the mics. The 67 is the dominant sound here, with the 160 blended in. Now the way that I'm doing this is I've got the close mics panned all the way to the left, and then the room mic is panned all the way to the right.
Ah, okay. So this way you're kind of summing together the two microphones as a mono thing on the left, and then you've got the room hanging out over here on the right. So it actually give you some control later on to really decide how those are panned around, right?
Yes, exactly. So you know, the amp sound is going to be on the left side. Well, let's see. How did I pan it? Let's go to the guitar. Yeah. So the close amp sound that's on the left is panned hard left, and the room sound that's on the right is panned hard right. So let's see. Let's just solo this. Let's listen to just a little bit of guitar. You know what? Here. Do a little bit of playback. So I'll just turn that off for the moment. So you can kind of hear there's a little bit of room, there's a little bit of delay because of the time it takes for the sound to arrive in the room, right? So you kind of get like this, you kind of get this stereo spatialization. But yeah, there's advantage. It's like, so I'm creating a stereo space. There's a lot of focus with the guitars on the guitar on the left. I could rebalance these. I could either split it out to two mono tracks and rebalance it that way. I could do it internally with a plug-in and turn the right side up or down, and then I can place the panning of the room, you know, in different places. You know, it's just like I'm recording a stereo track, but essentially it's like it's two monos of the same source. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and so now you're treating these. I see here in the record effects, you've also got the Neve 1084 on there. So the aux essentially is providing you a line level here, microphones through, clean preamps. So now you're using the Neve just for a little extra tone shaping at the end.
Yep, a little tone shaping, and it's just like it's also part of everything is being recorded through the Neve console, right? So it's I want a little bit of that color, and then I want a little, so it's a little bit for the color to kind of keep everything on that one recording console, and then for some tone shaping, yes, as in addition to that.
Nice, really cool.
So yeah, so Drew, would you go ahead and just kind of play through some of the parts, and I'm gonna show them the changes on the EQ and kind of what's going on with that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Oh, well, play just a little bit more because I just turned the delay back on so everybody could hear it. Would you play that B section for me?
Okay.
Thank you. So now, so this is something that happened because we're in ARM. So it's adding a nice kind of like effect delay throw on there that's kind of really helps it swim around. So one thing that happens when you put the system in ARM so that it can record with the lowest possible latency. One thing that ends up happening on this delay return is that it's not able to follow its panning assignment.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
it monos out the pan into it.
Yeah. So it's just in the middle. But if I solo this up, 1 second, Drew. If I solo up and play him back. So then I'm able to get then my panning is engaged, when I'm not in record. Because when I toggle between record and just playback, even though the ARM is still activated, it's not having to make any delay compensation and make any DSP adjustment because it's not having to commit this plugin. So that's what's
people
going
are
on.
curious, what are you using for that delay plugin?
Oh, right. Yeah. Good. The delay plugin is the Korg SDD 3000.
Nice. I love that one.
It's really cool. So one thing when it comes up, I think it defaults to like 350 milliseconds. And so as we were refining the tempo of the song, I had which we were. I think we started slower and we kept speeding up. I had to bring the delay time down so that it would feel in the pocket and in the rhythm of the song, because Drew is hearing this, so I didn't want the delay sort of feeling behind and sort of dragging him off the feel, So I just sort of did that. I just did that by ear. You can synchronize it. Is that the way? Yeah, you can synchronize it to the like the MIDI beat clock or the tempo if you want in here, and have your delay times locked to the tempo. I just did that by feel. So yeah, thanks. The playing feels good. Is there anything else question wise or anything we should do real quick, Ben? Or
well, there was a question that came in about asking, obviously so today we're using a real amp going into the aux, but people are wondering, do you ever use the Unison guitar amps instead of a real amp and aux?
I do occasionally, and and in those cases, if I'm not using the aux, sometimes I'll take a DI. just for the purpose of being able to use an amp sim later. Sometimes sometimes when we record a guitar here in the control room, we'll just plug in and just use an amp sim and not even set up amps, just kind of do that. It's, I like combining them, especially with guitars. I find it's really useful to have, real amps with mics on them, real amps with the aux on it, amp sims. They all, when you do that, and especially when you're layering a lot of guitars, they kind of layer up nicely because they don't have all the same sort of sonic imprints. So it helps them fit together and differentiate them, and you're able to create sort of different textures. Sometimes the only way to get the sound I'm after on a guitar is to use an amp sim. Yeah. Honestly,
Exactly. Totally.
It's part of it's part of what we're very used to. It's like there's a lot of music that we listen to now where there's guitars in it, but we're not listening to real guitar amps. So it's a modern sound signifier as well.
Absolutely.
The amp sims have gotten so stinking good.
Well, you've made a lot of people really jealous to go that now they all really want auxes. Congratulations.
I have two of them. They are friggin' amazing, and pretty much everybody that comes here and uses one with me ends up getting one. So.
Yeah, it's one of those boxes that, especially, we've shown them a bunch on streams before, and it is one of those boxes that once you actually play through it yourself and you get that like instant feedback of how good it sounds and how it stays instant and how it stays so true to the sound of your amp, it becomes really hard to not get one.
Absolutely. Drew, so we're talking about we're kind of bragging on the aux and how cool it is. What are the highlights for you about it? I mean, you already said that it was kind of, you get sounds fast, but what are some of the benefits that you find with it?
Well, not lugging a huge 412 to a session. No, but it's the fact that you can kind of pick and choose what you're looking for, and whether you want a rug underneath the cab or what kind of speakers or how you mic it. There's the possibilities are endless, really, and it's kind of just right here, so I can kind of modify what I'm doing as far as tones and everything. My amp's not in a different room. The aux is just right here and ready to go. It's just super convenient, and it sounds. I didn't think I'd be a fan. I love an amp. I love picking different speakers for cabs, but I'm really, really impressed.
Would you say, totally with you. Would you say that? Okay, so you've had that Marshall for a long time, right? And you know how that amp feels to play into, right? Yeah. Is it any different? Is it any different playing into that?
I mean, it's really, I'm just getting it in my head. It's just coming straight to the headphones, and it's really, like I said earlier, just instant, and something I wouldn't think would be cool is very cool. I think what a feeling that Drew and I have about the aux and the way that it works is the same sort of similar to the same statement I made about I'm using all these tools in the computer. The Neves feel and sound and react like I think they should, and what I'm familiar with, APIs, all of it. It's I'm not looking over my shoulder wishing it's just it's doing everything for me, and it's the expediency and the palette of sounds that I can access. It's immediate. It's it accelerates creativity. Right, and you could really dial it in too. Rather than getting a screwdriver and putting in different speakers or trying to find that sound. You can do it from the computer and figure out what you want. And really, it's just having your cab in a different room. You're not really getting that feedback anyway if the cab's in a different room. So it's
yeah. I mean, I guess the only thing we really lack in this type of setup is the inability to have that sort of interaction with the volume and sort of feedback and sort of the tonality change that you get when you're standing in front of a really loud amp. That's the only thing that you're lacking.
And I don't even.
Okay, yeah, because you can crank your amp and not hurt your ears. Okay, so let's. Well, what should we do here, Ben? Should we have him play to the track with the sound we have, or should we just switch it up? Should we switch up? What could we?
Yeah,
what can we try here instead?
I'd say we either try this one or try the double, because I know you guys you started cutting a double track yesterday, right?
Yeah.
For this.
Yeah.
So this might be a fun one to build. We've kind of heard the sound that you guys have dialed in here. So for the double, are you just kind of switching the panning around and essentially using the same sound, or are you changing up some other stuff?
We're changing a little bit. Let's pull the double up. Here it is. So Drew, we're gonna move over to the double track and experiment with that. So if you switch over to the 335.
Okay.
So as you can see, the first thing is I switched the panning. So so the double, the close mics, the amp is going to be on the right, and the room is going to be on the left. But it's volume wise, I've got it a few dB quieter than the main part. It's because the way I have things panned, Drew's primary main sound has been living on the left side. Elliot's primary main sound has been living on the right. So I kind of want to keep that established. That's sort of my theater sound field, right? It's just like looking at the band on stage. It's kind of like my rhythm section's kind of more to the middle of the stage. My keyboard player's stage left, which is I'm looking. He's on my right, and then guitar stage right, my left, as I'm facing the stage. So I kind of want to keep that sound stage, but in accentuating this and doubling the part, I'm panning it opposite, then also kind of like it's not equal volumes, because I want to keep the spotlight on the Drew that's over there on the left hand side, and this
Drew number one over Drew number two.
Yes, exactly. So
nice.
Let's hear the difference between these two sounds. How can we do that? Well, I guess I'll solo them. Well, what's that? Muted in the headphones. Oh, it's muted in the headphones. Thank you, Dawson. Okay. So Drew, do you hear you? Are you there? Yeah. Okay.
Here.
Cool. So. So would you play that same part for them?
Yeah.
Just on your own. Cool. Okay, so we hear how, like, changing the guitar, that this guitar is a little bit darker sounding. It has a sort of a different. The output seems a little bit. Would you say, Drew, that the pickups on the Les Paul are a little bit hotter than the 335, or is it? Oh, did you hear? Oh, sorry. Say you.
Definitely bitier
Yeah.
on the Les Paul, and I was using the the treble pickup on the Les Paul and the rhythm pickup on the 335. So it's got that woody kind of hollow.
So not only it's like so the Les Paul has the more bitey sound, as he said, because it's on the treble pickup, on the bridge pickup. And switching the guitar. So all we've had to do really is switch the instrument. We left our setup like it's the same amp, same setting, same aux setup. But by switching the guitar, it doesn't have as hot a pickup, so it's not pushing the amp as hard. So we're not getting as much of the distortion bite. And he's also selected the neck pickup so that it's a darker tone too. So we've automatically sort of shifted the source to be more of a support thing, right? So
yep.
I'll have him. Let's see. I'll just have him play along with the track with the double, and I'll take it in and out, and you can kind of hear it changing. I'll just start you at the top, Drew. We'll do that for a little bit, and then when we get to the break at the second A, I'll stop, and then what we'll do is we'll look at a different mic pre. Sweet. Okay. All right. So here we go.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Okay, so you guys, you saw me turn. Somehow, I don't know if somehow volume or something changed a little bit, but the double was coming in a little bit hotter than it was recorded yesterday. So I just turned the fader down a little bit to balance it so that you'd hear it more how I was intending, as less equal and just a little bit under. So
yeah. But man, it just adds so
cool.
much thickness to the guitar part, though. It adds the like fullness, completes the stereo image without like really taking the tension away from the left side, which, as you mentioned, that's you want Drew number 1 to shine and Drew number 2 just to play support.
Yeah, exactly. It's just doubling parts. Doubling parts oftentimes can, if they're pretty strict doubles, can really just fill things out and kind of just enhance the stereo image and just kind of give things a little bit more life. And then if something's, it's also kind of makes the forgiveness, it makes the human feel a little bit more forgiving too when you have two humans trying to do the same thing. I mean, it's or the same person doing the same thing. So what do you think we should check out? What's
one of the ones that we haven't touched on that's come up a couple times here in the chat is the Helios.
I was hoping that's what it was. Awesome. Okay. Okay.
You were just waiting for someone to mention that one, right?
Yeah, I love that plugin on guitar.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna remove that. Good call. So the Helios.
By the way, also, Jacquire, everyone's also noticing your stamina for live streaming is equal to mine. We're going on just over 4.5 hours here.
Yeah.
It's been just nonstop, tip after tip after tip, and just there's been so much good stuff going on here. I hope I know you're not able to see the chat go by the entire time, but the love for all the information that you've been sharing here today is massive. Well,
I super appreciate it. Yeah, you're a monster too. So I don't know how you do this all the time, but it's I'm having a good time. So it makes it easy to stay engaged. We'll really be ready for a bathroom break and get something to eat. But
yeah, exactly, same.
I'm good. We got about another 15 or so minutes, and then I got to sign off for the day. But please come back tomorrow. We're gonna there's a lot of other cool stuff to look at in the tracking. And and then we're gonna do the vocals tomorrow with Spencer. So a lot of good stuff. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff that these guys have already done that's in the track that we can go over and kind of look at, and you'll really see tomorrow when you come back. It's like how we've taken this, what is a really great basic track, and we sort of like really enhanced on it, and it's really cool. So all right, Helios. Drew, would you play a little bit for me?
Yeah.
A little bit more, bud. Okay, all right, hang on for me for a second. Okay, so guys, just when I had the mic preset at 20 dB of gain, or actually it's online. Excuse me. Well, when I had the input set to 20, like on the 20, it really wasn't pushing enough signal through the unit to give me the color I was after. So I put it up to 30, and then and so I'm getting a little bit more like clipping and saturation within the unit, within the and so, but then I brought this down, basically almost that 10 dB, right?
Nice. Yep.
So I'm basically netting the same signal through, but I'm pushing this harder so that I'm getting up into the headroom of it and getting a little bit of crunch. So
yeah. Well, and also you did the bass trick of just by switching in the bass EQ, it gives you that without even having to add any gain to it. You just, the minute you switch in the bass EQ knob, it adds just a touch of bump down there, which can really sound great.
Yeah. So hey, Drew, would you play again real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So even as he's kind of playing a leading line up high, where there's not like no, that's great. Where there's not a lot of low, that's actually a perfect example. Where there's not a lot of low stuff going on, you can still hear how it kind of toughens it up and thickens it up just a little bit. Now, so the way this works is this is this frequency selection, right? And then this is the boost. I didn't add any gain. It's just I just turned it on, and it, like Ben said, it adds a little bit of a bump. So the way this works, it's either you select your frequency and turn it up, or it's fixed at 50 and it's a high pass.
Yeah.
So that it's kind of the Helios has a very unique low frequency EQ, the way that it works. It's, you know, this is only boosting at these frequencies, and then it's cutting at 50 based at those increments of reduction.
Yeah.
So the way the high frequency is pretty understandable, familiar to other things. It's either you're turning what 10K up 4 dB, or you're turning it down 4 dB at 8, so forth and so on. But the way that the mid range works, that's either means peak or trough. So at the time that's how the British nomenclature for peak boosting, a trough cutting. So I right now have this set, and that dictates what this knob is doing. It's either boosting or cutting based on this switch. So it's set in peak, so I'm boosting 2.8K.
Right. That's just giving it a little bit more bite, a little bit more presence there.
Yeah. Putting a little more nose on it, a little bit, a little bit more forwardness. And then I just the Helios is magic, especially on guitars. This little trick is pretty fun, but to me, this is the most unique sounding high frequency EQ. It's just pretty magical. It's set at 10K, but it lifts. So it's like such a gentle slope to it. It lifts the high frequencies just so beautifully and gently. It's really pretty remarkable. I love the sound of it.
Absolutely. So can we capture a little bit of this so we can A/B this against the Neve take that we just did?
Let's do it. So Drew, I'm gonna start you a little bit into the tune where you go to that rhythm in the A section. If you just play along.
Yeah. Cool.
Super cool. All right, hang on for me, pal. So just remind everybody, which is the original playlist on Guitar 2? Is it
on the double?
Yeah, the double. Is it?
It's V4.
4. Okay. So guys, just as a reminder, this is the Neve. super cool sound.
Yeah.
I actually like them both. You know, a lot of times what I'll end up doing is almost the majority of the time I end up putting the Helios on electric guitars anyways. So, you know, it's just a sound I love. It sounds super cool.
Yeah, totally. Like either one is good. Like this is there's no such thing as a bad tone right now on this one. It's like, it sounds great with the Neve, sounds great with the Helios. They're just slightly different shades of color. But how, you know, so in a real scenario, like how would you make this choice if you just auditioned these two, you know, say yesterday during the setup, how would you make a decision here?
Ooh, well, they're pretty. I mean, they kind of fit the vibe almost equally well. I think. How would I make? I probably would just kind of flip back and forth and kind of check it out. I mean, in the moment right now, I think I'd probably would have. You know, if I was doing, I didn't set out with this mindset. Like I said, yesterday's mindset was like, hey, we're recording through a Neve console. Everything's through a Neve console. I also thought that would be a good way to then diverge from and show you guys the rest of these options. I really like the Helios. I'd probably pick it. You know, if I was starting over, but it, you know, it's subtle. I just really, you know, like I really love the way that EQ sounds. You know, so one thing you get when you like all through the Neve console, it's all the same EQ. So it's like if you're turning up that high frequency stuff, it all kind of has the same shape, same feel. That's the beauty of being able to mix and match stuff. It's like different shape to the shelf. And yeah, I mean, you know, and also the way the way that the Helios kind of balls up and saturates is way different than the Neve. So it's like it's really appealing and nice for a guitar.
Dude, absolutely. Wow. Well, man, Jacquire, we've covered so much ground today. Like this was no small undertaking to, you know, be able to track a whole band and dissect, you know, the setup, the sounds, the mics, the plugins, and then to not only just dissect it, but also kind of play around with it and show you guys the difference that you can make just by, you know, tweaking the preamps, and tweaking little bits about the sound, the EQ, the preamp, the channel strips, the compressors, like all these things add up, and it's the cumulative effect of optimizing every part of your chain, you know, starting with the guitar, the amps, the speaker settings, the preamp settings, the EQ, like each one of these little moves that you've made along the way, each decision now adds up into a final, you know, into this result that we're hearing right now. And the best part is like we're not even done yet. Like this is so far all you guys have been hearing today is this is the basic tracks, the first kind of pass, of which, you know, like Jaquire's mentioned, they did some overdubs yesterday to kind of add to the production. And the best part is that we're coming back tomorrow to do vocals and kind of really take this from being a cool track to being a song and taking it to the next level. So I'm so stoked for what we're gonna do tomorrow with this, man. And there's also
there's still lots to talk about. Yeah, for sure.
So exactly, like we haven't even exhausted everything yet on this, and man, it's been so cool. And Jacquire, you're so generous with sharing all this information and really, you know, playing around with it and having fun all along the way. It's super inspiring to see.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to share this and talk with you, Ben, and everybody that showed up today to watch. I hope that you'll come back tomorrow. There's definitely a lot more that I can show you and we can talk about, and I really just love this interaction. I'd like to just I'm gonna quickly get everybody, because the band won't be here tomorrow. I'm just gonna get us all out in the live room and just wave goodbye to you guys as we sign off. Is there anything else, Ben?
No. Well, I know a bunch of people are still curious about the coupon thing. We had to pause it today because there were so many issues. Tomorrow, check back tomorrow. Promise we will have something for you guys tomorrow. So just to put a little point on that. But yeah, let's sign off by seeing the whole band. We'd love to say goodbye to everybody.
Okay.
While Jaquire's gathering everybody, I want to thank everybody in the live chat, everyone for tuning in and checking this out. It was really fun seeing the comments from you guys, and the feedback and the questions were amazing. I have to thank everybody back in the control room as well, everyone that helps put these shows together. Matt, Mace, Miles, Drew, Dan, Harris, especially Erica and Ezra, everybody here at UA. There's, it's not just me making this whole thing happen. There's a huge team of people that put a lot of effort into making these programs, and we do it all to really show you guys ideas and inspiration for recording. If you're liking what you see and you don't already have an Apollo, literally you've got like less than a week for probably the greatest Unison Apollo promo that I've seen us do yet, which is buy Apollo, get a ton of free plugins. Like I think it's up to like $2,000 of free plugins with an Apollo purchase. So if you're at all considering jumping on the Apollo train and getting into this Unison workflow, this is literally the time to do it. So highly, highly recommend checking that out. And Jacquire, we got everybody all around?
Everybody's
Awesome.
here. Everybody's here. So thank you everybody for showing up. Thank you guys for being here and helping me do this.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Yes.
This guy.
We'll see you.
Awesome. We'll see you guys all back here tomorrow. Everybody have a good night, and see you back here.
Thanks, dude.
Nice.